and a doctorate PhD from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. He is a fellow of the Urban Habitat Forum, UHF, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, and is identified as a leader in transport planning by the World Bank. He is a certified trainer for transport planning by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Professor Tiwari. Now I would like to hand over to the moderator. We also have our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gaurav Bhatiani is a Director, Energy and Environment at RTI International India. He has over 25 years of specialized experience in the energy, climate change, and infrastructure. He has provided leadership and advised governments, public utilities, private sector companies, and regulatory bodies on sector reform, policy transformation, regulatory design, develop new projects and businesses in several sectors, including power, clean energy, and electric mobility, infrastructure finance, urbanization, climate change, and related sectors. Dr. Bhatiani is a member of CII's Renewable Energy Council and National Power Committee. He's also visiting faculty at leading business schools, including the Indian School of Business. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Bhatiani. Over to Mr. Abhishek, our moderator.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here in the august presence of such luminaries out here. I would request a presentation to be uploaded, but just for some ground rules, I think I would want it to be a dialogue rather than a monologue. So feel free to ask any questions if you have. I'll request our co-panelists to probably spare 5 to 10 minutes at the end, so that we can have an enchanting round of discussions and see questions from the audience. So I'll start with my presentation. What is happening at this moment is that the session is titled as Safe, Sustainable and Inclusive Mobility. I think a lot of discourse has already been focused on different areas of transportation and different areas of mobility. What I would try to delve slightly into is the people side of that story. I think what we are doing, what we are essentially making an intervention on is ultimately benefiting people. But where are people exactly located in this whole realm of story? So I'll briefly delve into that side of the story. So my presentation is titled Electric Vehicle, a People's Story. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So this is the whole domestic vehicle sales that we are looking at. It's completely robust. It's seen some of the downtrends in the COVID areas. We are somewhere around 25 crore vehicles which are being sold annually. We are slightly reaching that number. We are seeing some of the headwinds in that category, but overall we are looking steadily at that number in the coming years. But here is the interesting slide. Electric vehicle sales has taken an upward zoom. So, after 2021, and a lot of policy decisions were also implemented by Government of India, including FAME 2 remodeling, that led to the sharp increase. So you can see around from a number of 2 lakh, we are already crossing a number of 10 lakhs per year. So this is the exponential growth that we've seen for this sector. And this is the growth that we anticipate in the coming years. So we are very close to the tipping point of reaching a near complete electrification in some category of vehicles. So this is the story that we wanted to share. And you can see the categorization also. Two-wheelers, three-wheelers are a category which are going past beyond expectations. And this is not only beyond expectations of the policymakers. I think this is beyond expectations of the general public also. Nobody expected. So when I used to go to conferences 2 to 3 years back, everybody used to ask me questions of whether electric vehicles are going to happen, whether do we really need them. Now the questions have completely turned. How soon are we going to have them? What are the policy decisions that we need to do? Why aren't you doing more? Why is not the civil society gearing up for faster electrification? So the discourse realm has completely changed, and this has happened because of this slide, because of the numbers that you see out here. Three-wheelers, is a story that I'll discuss in the coming slide, but two-wheelers is a shining star, is a pole star in our story. And we are slowly moving in the direction of four-wheelers and commercial vehicle sales also. So this is how the story looks like. Now look at that slide. This is the story. I want you to focus on the three-wheeler number. In 2018, we had three-wheeler electrification of 15%. This is mind you, this is the total sales. Now in 2022, we are sitting at a 53%. So of all the electric three-wheelers that are being sold in the country, 53% are electric. This is not a situation of tomorrow. This is not a situation of future. This has already happened last year. And if I'm talking about financial year numbers, this would be much greater. So the revolution is here. Transformation is here to stay. We have already moved past the tipping point in some of the categories. And this is not a number of future. This is a number of yesterday that I'm talking about. But let's look at how the different facets and the different realms of electric vehicles are placed and positions for this electric vehicle. To give you a context, and this is a slightly context setting slide, if I'm doing a mapping of powertrain and non-powertrain parts, so at the bottom, you can see, an internal combustion engine two-wheeler has somewhere around 1100 parts. EV has only 750 to 960 parts. And you can see the trend of similar reduction in IC parts compared to EV parts. The point I'm trying to drive is there are some losers in this story in the medium term. And the point is, with those losers, there's a story of people associated with that losing side. We need to be cognizant of them. Agreed, electric vehicle is a boon for the whole ecosystem, for the environment, for the economy. But we need to be cognizant of the losing side also. We need to take them along, and there are human faces behind those numbers. So this is just one of the illustrative background study that we did. So for petrol scooter, I'm looking at TVS Jupiter and TVS iQube. This is done from a background research perspective for a TV, and which are based on the same platform. So TVS Jupiter has 51% of the parts which are powertrain and 49% of the parts which are non-powertrain. Now look at the stark contrast in electric. Only 15% is powertrain. So the moving parts have reduced to a drastic extent. And the next line is that some of these powertrain businesses will go bust. Again, this is the powertrain part and the non-powertrain part that I want to focus upon. There are some parts which will stay as it is. There are some parts which can be tweaked slightly, and there are some parts which are non-usable in a complete EV scenario. So here is the people's perspective. You have close to 35 million, 3.5 crore people which are employed by automobile sector. And for the lack of data, we are not sure where they are exactly employed. So the Venn diagrams or the circles that you see is only a smaller component of the complete universe. And these are only the formal industries and the formal employment that is being provided. So automobile component manufacturers employ somewhere around 5 million. OEMs employ 3.7 million. Dealership employ 2.5 million, and service center employ 0.5 million. But a lot of the numbers which you see, the roadside service centers or the repair shops are not included in these circles. That's why they fall in the larger blue rectangle that I'm talking about. And these are the people who are at risk of losing their livelihoods, losing their wages and incomes. And these are the people we have to think about, and how do we move them together in our EV story. So this is the focus that I wanted to leave you with. And I'm happy to answer any questions at the end that you have. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, may I please request Dr. Shubhankar Mahapatra to please come on the dais and address the stage. Thank you so much.
I just have to go next slide. A very good morning to everyone, all present. So making this PPT was like, if I give an example, was like catching the Mumbai local. When you have only one target in mind, that is you need to catch the local. Hairs are brushed and what you're carrying in the luggage doesn't matter. Or the same thing is when you're going to purchase an EV. Even if like I have conflict of interest in this because my wife is an automobile dealer. So every time she is more obsessed about. There are two big basic issues. The first issue that he dealt is the costs. The costs are still higher and very higher for the middle. The second issue is lithium batteries dispose kahan karna hai. That is basically the biggest issue which electric vehicle industry and dealership conferences across have to deal with. So basically the PPT would be like having an electric vehicle. The issues that we have, the issues as an administrator, because as George Bernard Shaw once said, one who can do, he does. One who cannot do, he teaches. And one who virtually cannot teach, administrates. So basically, as an administrator, I would like to discuss the problems that a small, medium city of India, a city like Rourkela, having a population of just lesser than 1 million, like 7 to 8 lakh population, tried, like I'll still say, tried to get into this thing of urban mobility, trying to bring about certain changes in urban mobility. Next. If you just basics to begin with, virtually what has become important is vehicles have trumped population growth. The fact is now moving people versus moving cities or moving vehicles. That is more important. What are we actually moving? People, vehicles, or cities? So it took 60 years virtually for India to cross 1.105 million registered vehicles, and thereafter the same number was added in a mere 6 years. And the modal share of four-wheeler, as was discussed in electric, will increase to around 45% in 2050. Just because Indians believe use ho ya na ho, khareed ke rakh raha hai. Next. Next. Okay, I have to use the content. So if you see the mode share of the work trips in India, basically 30% do not travel at all. And that has increased with Netflix and Amazon Prime and post-COVID. And 13% by bicycle, 15% by private transport, 23% on foot, 1% any other, 18% use a public transport, 47% walk and cycle, maybe because of the cost or maybe because we have not given them roads. 21% use the public transport and 32% use cars and two-wheelers. Now, transport, for example, this is my city that I talk of is an industrial township. Virtually, we had the Rourkela steel plant, which is India's first public sector integrated steel plant made with German support way back in the 1950s. And most important is transportation still accounts for the CO2 emissions that are there. And being a doctor by profession, the medical one, I can still count the number of diseases that air pollution does. So as far as per capita availability is there, India is far behind. And if I go discuss the public sector system in Rourkela of what was, we have basically something called as the SUTT, because Rourkela belongs to the district of Sundargarh. So it is Sundargarh Urban Transport Trust. So basically they used to run public sector vehicles and for Rourkela and the adjoining areas. However, this is the details of the average daily traffic built around different areas and how that was worked out. So the CDP that was made for the city for a horizon year like 2031, the growth of population was discussed, and accordingly the per capita trip rate was discussed, and then the total trips that would be there was worked out. Recently, as you know, CRUT, as they say, Capital Region Urban Transport in the state of Odisha has been a landmark in transport development across the world, getting 2 UN Habitat Awards and getting 2 UN national awards. And what has become, so recently this Mo Bus service, under the Mo Bus is my bus. In Odia, Mo means mine. So that's for the increasing the sense of ownership. That has been introduced in the city of Rourkela. We started with 30 buses. Now we are with 55 buses. We have a very trained staff catering to inclusivity, because Sundargarh basically is a scheduled district with a huge tribal population. So the basic people who work in that bus, the conductor, the helper, the driver, are from women of marginal communities, or they are from people from tribal communities. So that inclusivity is there, because every administrator knows that whenever a new thing is introduced, it faces a lot of inertia. And that inertia we did have from the private bus. And now if you see, within a short time, it was introduced around just in the 5th of Jan. And within 3 months, we have reached such high riderships as was shown. The next thing that we'll talk of is, as I said, a lot of people walk to their offices. The very fact is pedestrianization. We feel that if when you share mobility, when you walk together, may it be a morning walk and everything, you're not sharing mobility, you're sharing lives. Every guy sitting here knows that in his college, when you walk with your friend, you discuss everything of school. Every housewife knows the turmoils of being a housewife. All those things are discussed perhaps on the road when you walk together. So we believe that this is the cause of the pedestrianization that we have done in Rourkela. Rourkela had the privilege of hosting the Men's Hockey World Cup 2023, and India hosts. So we had virtually 16 countries coming up. All this infra was brought together just in close to within a year. Like we have now proper pedestrian pathways along the entire ring road of Rourkela, which is a 25-kilometer road along the entire city. So the entire city, that ring road was pedestrianized, because that is considered as, and along with that, all the major four colonies that we have, which is Chend, Udit Nagar, Basandi Colony, and Civil Township, they're huge colonies. And Chend used to be once the largest residential colony in Asia. It has now been crossed, I think, by something in MP and Gujarat, but it used to be, and it's still third or fourth. It's huge. So that is how we try to pedestrianize the entire path. And these are basically smart roads. The first one is the road that led to the Birsa Munda Hockey Stadium. That is currently, we got the Guinness World Record for the largest seated hockey stadium in the world. There's a nice National Geographic documentary on that, which you can check. But then that road leading to, that was what we worked out, and that too has been worked in a period of 6 months. So with proper paved pathways, huge paved shoulders, around 4 meters, like a huge crowd. Like every day we would have a seating crowd of 22,000, and then on that an additional crowd around with all those LEDs arrangement made. So we had to do that. The entire lighting and everything was done. And then as far as cycling was concerned, the best thing about encouraging cycling is it's clean, it's calm, it cuts spots, and the thing is it breaks barriers. These are the cyclothons that we organize. And if you see the photo on the upper right, so that was when there's an Urdu school, it's a Urdu primary school for people of the minority community. And the first time girls from there ever participated in an event. They came together in huge numbers, participated in that event. And now all of them are members. We have something called as the Rourkela Cycling Association, because Minati Mahapatra madam was the first Arjuna awardee in the entire country for cycling. So she comes from Rourkela. So it was her initiative for the Rourkela Cycling Association. So they're all members of Rourkela Cycling Association, that we personally believe that if we promote cycling, it is clean, it's calm, it's cutting costs, and it's breaking barriers. Next is, as was there, we tried to introduce, like all smart cities, the ITMS, the Intelligent Traffic Monitoring Systems. Because what is more important is just mobility is not important. Monitoring mobility is equally important. It is equally important to make it safe and to make it secure. So virtually, we have more than 13 ATCS, automatic traffic control systems. We have more than 700 cameras monitoring. It's full real-time update given. And as they say, it's less of a technical support and more of a fear support that people follow the rules. That is much more important. Next, that is the stadium as we showed. And that is the newly built Birsa Munda International Hockey Stadium, the world's largest hockey stadium. And this is the main thing that I wanted to say is, when mobility is concerned, rather this is a question for all of you. We'd like, as administrators, we'd like answer to this. Special situations require special measures. What we need to say, normally a city handles a particular crowd, but when there is a huge crowd for whatever event it is, like for example, if there is a Kumbh in Allahabad, whatever big event it is, mobility needs to cater to that also. Like police can only go for a law and order, magistrate can do that, but it has to cater for the future and the cater that the city might host a big event in the future. So that is equally important. And here, as I said, the roads that were built double the size, the pedestrian pathways were built accordingly, and we catered to that special situation. If you see, we had melas like this, around 4 melas. We had a city fest in which virtually every famous singer of India was there to perform every night. At the same time, we had 3 national level melas. So it was like everything, the crowds were busy, and yet we're very happy that it was managed quite well. So that is what for huge long-term planning, support from the police, because mobility itself requires support from n number of factors. It is ultimately mobility is a team effort. You don't travel alone. Like all journeys, all journeys get spoiled if your partner is not right. So as it may be tripling or it may be any family vacation, everybody understands what the claims of the shareholder is. So what I was saying is, another important thing is to decongest roads, we need to develop the nearby spaces. Because when the traffic increases high, where does the person go? If you see on the first image, that is the road that I was showing you. The side image was, the side road was something which was a free space. But gradually we developed that space, we made a park, taki the crowds will increase definitely. But at the same time, there will be space for diverting things. The same things if you see on the other side, this was basically, it's a huge crowded slum, which is Nala Road of the minority community. The front area was basically slush and garbage. But to decongest those particular roads, we properly developed that space around. So mobility also focuses if side ke spaces achhe ho. Like if sides ke spaces achhe ho, then only people can move, and that is more important. Then another very important, being a steel plant, what I said is industrial mobility is equally important, because as they say, three things are important. The profits are important. Trucks cannot be delayed. There are more than 400 trucks entering Rourkela every day. So that is something which we had to manage. We virtually had to shift, because when the Germans built it, the ring road was built to cater to the traffic, but now normal traffic uses it. So virtually we had to sit with RSP administration, get approvals, and virtually shift. And shifting 400 trucks per day to from a different gate is not an easy job, because they have their own lobbies, they have their own interests, and because costs matter. Ultimately, at the end of the day, businesses matter. So solutions also have to be cost effective, and that is what. And we were very happy that we could do it, and the support of RSP administration was there. As I said, accessory infra, it is called accessory, but it is the prime focus. You have to develop surface level car parkings. Parkings have to be there on the road, side of the road. The same thing, the MLCP has to be there. That is a photograph of the Birsa Munda Athletic Stadium that has also been developed at a cost of 150 crores from Rourkela Smart City Limited. And we have a subsequent MLCP to cater. So that has been the questions, safe, resilient. As we are part of U20, and as they say, the G20 is based on Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We have one earth, we have one common future. So at last, I said, it was a hoshed up thing. So I've written 3-4 lines of poetry, which I would like to end with. It says, lives matter. Lives matter than the last seat on the bus. If you have to choose the last seat on the bus, but public transport is important. Lives matter more than the last seat on the bus. It's always calm, clean cycling without the hush and the rush. Lives matter more than the last seat on the bus. It's always calm, clean cycling without the hush and the rush. The last on the line, the one who cannot afford. The last on the line, who needs to groove, who needs to move. The last on the line, who needs to move. Happy toddlers, people who just need the accessory spaces, the streetscaping. Happy toddlers on the streetscape, they have to groove. Happy toddlers on the streetscape, they have to groove. Let's walk together. It's an appeal. Let's walk together as we have a future to share. Let's walk together as we have a future to share. The earth is one for all, so we all need to care. The earth is one for all, so we all need to care. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for that informative and poetic presentation. Now, may I please request Ms. Parul Agarwal, Country Director, UN Habitat, to please share her views on the dais.
Yeah. So what I want to focus on today, so I thought that I'll, in my presentation, give a bit of a context on what mobility is, so that we can do a stock taking of what are the challenges and what are the types of challenges we experience. What does inclusion and mobility mean? And Dr. Mahapatra and both Mr. Saxena have covered that. And then what are some of the solutions? So a large part of my presentation will also look at what are those levers, be it around regulations, on the way we plan, design cities, and the way we implement and finance them, to look for ideas and innovations emerging from not just India, but also from other parts of the world. So this we have seen that nearly 300 million people in India still lack access to basic road infrastructure, which hinders their access to services, be it going to office, schools, and so on. In many cities, the transportation is unsustainable, it's not safe, inefficient, inaccessible, and also unaffordable. This is our transportation sector. You can see from this image that not only it leads to traffic congestion, health issues, but also has a drastic impact on the greenhouse gas emissions that the country generates. Almost 10% of our total national GHG emissions is from the transport sector, and the road transportation carries a larger share of that. Another aspect of the challenges context are the road accidents. If you see this in the context of numbers, 1 lakh people are killed every year because of road accidents, which means that every hour there are 47 accidents, 18 persons losing their life because of the way we design our roads. We have already seen this diagram on the rise, on the growth of the personal private vehicles, almost 300 million vehicles in India. So now moving on, how does this all fit into the global context of sustainability and sustainable urbanization? So the Agenda 2030, which is focusing on the sustainable development goals globally, has identified this as an important issue. The Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is on urbanization, making urbanization safe, inclusive, resilient, and affordable, has a specific target to measure how well cities and countries are performing in terms of the access to public transportation. And if you can see here, it's not only looking at overall numbers, but also disaggregating it by gender, by age, by persons with disabilities, which is where the inclusion aspect would fit in. So what does inclusion and mobility imply? You can see here some illustrations on poor design, that just because the curb is so high, it would be inaccessible to perhaps elderly persons, children, persons with disability. So the way we design the standards codes affect the accessibility of that. This is another illustration on what inclusion means from the perspective of persons with disabilities. So you can see again poor design for somebody who is visually challenged, impaired. These elements that they use, tactile elements that they use on the road, suddenly abruptly ending, means that they just have no design vocabulary to continue their path independently and with dignity. From the gender perspective, many cities, especially from the perspective of women and children, the roads are not designed for safety. And an illustration that it's possible to have good roads. And as Dr. Mohapatra has also shown through good examples, by the way we design streets, give pedestrians more focus and more priorities. So it's possible. Again, what does that mean in terms of inclusion? We have to, this is just an example that we have built just from the aspect of women and girls. So doing a mapping of what are the different types of activities that women are responsible for in their day-to-day lives, how accessible those activities are, and then what are the types of guidelines, standards that we need to put in place so that the commute for those aspects becomes easier, it becomes walkable. We are providing planning and design solutions to cater to their needs. Streets safety for children is also important. So just some illustrations. This is an example of a road from Mysuru, and we are working with the city now to see how to transform that space so that it is more effective, safe for children. Again, good examples from Rourkela on this. In this section, I'll move on to what are the levers of implementation that mayors, that commissioners, that technical officials have with us that we can influence to make sure that the intent of safe inclusive roads can be translated from paper to on ground. The first lever is other laws, regulations, and standards. We all know that there is a master plan. The master plan typically has a section on transportation. And what are the specific aspects under those transportation, under the master plan, that can be influenced to make cities plan for more inclusion, to have proper access, focusing on NMT, what are the types of standards around road widths, around pedestrian footpaths, and so on. So that is one type of instrument, that is a statutory document that should make sure that we embed aspects of inclusive road transportation into it. There are tools that are available to do an assessment of the master plans and to score them on whether they're meeting the intent, the targets for towards this goal. And then looking at how to update the guidelines and standards, because ultimately these are the rules, these are the documents that engineers, that practitioners fall back on to when they start implementing the projects on ground. There are also other options that the decision makers have available. So safer travel in the night programs, some aspects of what that could look like. So at the level of the laws, regulations, program design, these are some of the tools and how other cities are doing that. Now, when we move to the urban planning and design aspect, I want to draw your attention to the city level aspects. This is an example of assessment that we did for city of Bhopal, where if we look at the accessibility, still 25% of the people do not have access to public parks where they can walk to. Again, measuring accessibility of people to open spaces, to access of people to bike paths, bike sharing. So it's important to spatially map these types of information and see what are the pockets within the city where we are not performing well, where there are gaps in terms of the type of infrastructure that is being put in. And then what are the intervention processes that can be put in place from diagnostics all the way to the design and financing. So again, tools available where we need to do a paradigm shift from streets for vehicles to streets as public spaces. And the speakers before me have also alluded to this, that how do we make streets safer? How do we make sure that children feel safe? The engagement that that can happen on the streets is made possible by the way we design. So an illustration of tools available for that. And again, a template of options that if a city wants to prioritize the ecological elements within their road right of way, what type of mobility elements that would improve the safety, comfort, efficiency, whether looking at more active or passive, elements. So those tools can be or should be included in the design guidelines and in the way we look at preparing the technical documents. And it's possible through good design. This is an example from the Gopalpur, where again, by application of these types of tools, transformation of cities, streetscapes is possible to something bigger and better. So again, an example of what the transformation by applying tools on ecological aspects, on mobility aspects, can transform a city's streets from something like this to something that is more active and responsive. Some illustrations here. And on the local implementation, I think this is another aspect that I wanted to cover, where good designs are good, but then how do we fund them and how do we finance them? So there are again tools that are available to look at what sort of block cost estimates. It's important to take it down to that level of detail and to identify funding. So pool in funding from different state, national level missions for convergence. I think it's an important aspect that we see sometimes missing when financial decisions are being made locally on how to finance these projects. Another aspect that is important and critical going forward because of the discussions around climate change, which is here, we are living in that scenario, and the implications of the GHG emissions that that urbanization causes in the environment. So again, there are options to show a business as usual scenario where, we would be investing in roads for public vehicles versus focusing on a non-motorized vehicle type of right of way, which would also lead to carbon sequestration. So we can design roads in a way that it reduces the GHG impacts that are produced through them. Again, some illustrations. And this is where I want to again highlight that when we talk about the participation aspects on steering the stakeholders, we have a vision on what are the elements to introduce into the road right of way. But as you can see here, implementation requires coordination amongst many, many city departments. It's not just the roads, it's also the storm drain and so many others that need to work together for creating a nice, comprehensive, streetscape. And so all the more emphasis on building partnerships, getting the stakeholders together that work on different elements of the road. And this is the last section. Give me a couple of more minutes. Again, emphasizing on the stakeholder engagement and our experience, from UN Habitat and the work that we have done in cities, is to do a very detailed mapping of stakeholders and a tiered approach where we know that in the cities, the municipalities and the urban development authorities are the lead entities to take any sort of, these final decisions. But then there is a whole network or ecosystem of other types of players that are equally responsible for what we do and how our landscape, the streetscapes are shaped. And it's important to engage them right from the beginning of design stage to bring in consensus around that. And some tools here I want to share on how to engage with people. So we see, again, from experience outside India, that that planning and the way we engage is also evolving into a more digital realm. People, the youth especially, are very engaged on using digital tools. So there are, options, or there are tools that we have tested outside India, where if you can conceptualize a digital Lego, the building blocks that children play with, but in a digital form, that has bbeen very effective in bringing together different age groups, different types of community members together to do that, online, to do their planning, designing at the neighborhood level as a game, and come up with some design ideas that can actually be translated once the ideas are ready through some sort of consensus. Then it becomes easier to then translate them into technical drawings and then implementation, which is a collective process with the communities, with the planners, with the civil engineers, corporations, and development authorities. And I'll leave you with some reference documents. I've just highlighted a few which are more special to me around, again, how to bring in gender aspects into the way we design our cities, focus on disability, youth, and elderly. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for the wonderful presentation. Now, may I please request Mr. Amit Bhatt, Managing Director, ICCT, to come on the dais.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Dr. Mahapatra mentioned about what will happen to lithium, the question is that how do we look at cleaning road transport? Now, walking, cycling, absolutely, we should do in cities, we should promote in cities. And there is no other option but to promote walking and cycling. But even with that walking and cycling, cities will have motor vehicles. Motor vehicles that will ferry people in the form of public transport. You will have motor vehicles that will carry goods, because we all need deliveries. And then you will have some motor vehicles which will also ferry people, either through two-wheelers or cars or any other form of transport. Now, all this will have some kind of impact on the environment. And that is something we have to think very clearly on cleaning. And in case you want to know a little more, there's a very nice series on Netflix called Dirty Money Season 1 and Episode 1. Please do watch that series. It will really open the eyes and the understanding of why cleaning road transport is so important. So just as a snapshot, if you look at globally, almost a quarter of the emission comes from transport sector. And within that quarter, if you see, light duty vehicle and heavy duty vehicle, and then some buses account for 75% of the emission. And this number in India is very, very different, because in India, depending on which study you choose, the number would be anywhere between 14 to 15%. But in India, emission from transport sector is rising at the fastest pace. So today it is 14, 15%, but believe me, 3-4 years down the line, it will not be at that number unless we do something. And road transport accounts for 90% of that emission. Now, why is this situation important, especially in developing countries like India, in Latin America, in Africa, is that while if you look at this business as usual scenario, Europe and North America is able to reduce emission from 2020 to 2050. But all that reduction in emission is offset by the rise which will happen in India, China, Brazil, in Africa. And then on the extreme right, you will have emissions coming out from the aviation sector and the maritime sector. So whatever benefits that we'll get from some of these emission reduction will not be enough, because the developing economies are going to offset that number. So if we are really looking at Paris, if we are really looking at net zero, if we are really looking at climate sustainability, we have to reduce emission from transport sector, especially in developing economies. And that's the focus of my next 7-8 minutes of talk, is what do we do? Now, if climate is not a compelling argument, then I would bring in the second argument, which is about energy security. Because if you look at 90% of the emission and the energy consumption in India is from the transport sector. Almost 87% of the oil we import from outside. And with the current geopolitical crisis, we know how it impacts both in terms of the finances of the country, but also in terms of the inflation. So if we are really looking at from the energy security perspective, we also have to move away from this oil-based economy. And that is point number 2. And again, if that is not even a compelling argument, then let me bring in the third argument, which is that which Dr. Mahapatra said about public health. And these are numbers from Delhi. If you look at particulate matter 2.5 emission, roughly 40% from transport. If you look at NOx emission, 80-85% of transport. So cleaning transport is also important for public health. And just to put this into a slightly bigger perspective, we did some research to understand what are the premature deaths that happen in countries that can be directly attributed to transport vehicle exhaust. And we found that India roughly loses about 74,000 lives every year. Premature deaths directly attributable to the exhaust emission that comes from road transport sector. So this is also an important argument. So the question is, what do we do? And this is not my slide, it's a slide that came from Climate Trends. And they looked at a 2050 scenario and they said, you have all various policy measures that are there. How these policy measures stack up to achieve what we committed in Paris. So we can do innovative urban planning. We can do a lot of what Parul said, linking transport and urban planning together. It will give you some benefit. We can do modal shift, more public transport benefits. We can increase the efficiency. We can bring in alternative fuels. All these are required. But if you look at the maximum reduction, is going to come from electrification of transport. So last to last COP, we were asked one question, and the question was, what powertrain technologies can deliver on climate goals? Very simple answer. And we asked, okay, so what's your take on that? And this is what we came with the conclusion, that if we are looking at cleaning transport, three important takeaways from this slide. One, internal combustion engine cannot deliver on climate goal. Plain and simple. You use petrol, you use diesel, you use CNG, you use any other fuel. Internal combustion engine cannot deliver on climate goal. That's point number one. Point number two, if we look at closely CNG, which is touted as a green fuel, if you include the methane that leakage that happens in production, distribution, fueling of vehicles, if you account for that methane leakage, then CNG vehicle is even worse than diesel vehicle. From climate change perspective, it does have health perspective benefit because it has lower particulate matter emission. And third, there are only two technologies that can deliver: battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell. The question is, how are we saying this? So if you include all the emissions from well to wheel, which is production, distribution, usage, and end of life, for various fuel types, various powertrain technologies, if you stack up all the emissions together, you will find that battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell are far, far superior than any other technology. That's first point. Second, what if we clean the grid? What if we increase the renewable energy uptake? You will see the green only gets greener. So, but that's one part of it. The second is that how does this number add up to a country like India, where 75% of the energy comes from fossil fuels? That's the question we often get. But if you're generating 75% of your energy from fossil fuel, how can you say electric vehicles are clean? We did that analysis also, and we looked at the car as well as two-wheelers in India. And we found that even with the high fossil fuel-based energy, an Indian car is almost greener by 19 to 20%, and two-wheelers by 40 to 50%. If you look at a 2030 scenario, where the country has committed to produce 50% of its energy from non-fossil fuel sources, you will see it only gets greener. So the point over here is that we now know the pathway to clean road transport. And the pathway is one, produce green electrons, renewable energy, store, you have two options, store those green electrons in a battery and use it, which is a battery electric vehicle, or you use that green electrons to produce green molecules, which is green hydrogen, and then the green hydrogen converts through fuel cell electric vehicle. So that's the big takeaway that we have realized, that the pathway to clean transport is electric. Now, this does not mean that walking, cycling is a competitor to electrification. Absolutely not. What cities need to promote walking, to promote cycling, to promote public transport, and clean that public transport through electric. And whatever vehicle is left has to be forced to switch to zero emission transport. And we have realized that cities over the world have used 4 principles to accelerate EV adoption. And that is what we should look at in India. One, setting the vision of when you are going to phase out internal combustion engine. Second, how can you increase vehicle supply? By creating some kind of financial incentive. We saw earlier how FAME kickstarted this revolution in India. We also have to look at investing money on creating infrastructure, both for refueling hydrogen as well as charging vehicles, and then some kind of incentives for market division, market education, and this. So with this, happy to end this conversation, but we'll be very pleased to take any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amit. Now, may I please request Professor Rahul Tiwari who's a professor at transport planning at NIT Bhopal, to come on the dais, please.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and dignitaries on the dais. So we have talked about the environmental impacts of transport. And we have understood that electrification of transport is required. And when we want to transform this transport, we have two options. With this clean energy, we run our own cars, our own two-wheelers, or we run buses through this clean technique. Now, having said that, I'll take you through the social impacts of transport, how better transport planning can have multifold impacts on the social fabric of city and also for any country. So my title of the presentation is Equity and Justice Through Transport. So let me tell you about the difference between equality and equity. You must have seen this picture earlier also. So when we talk about equality, it is like giving equal access to the resource to all the individuals. But when we talk about equity, then we will have to take into consideration the present case of an individual. And I would take you through some of the research findings that we have done, which was sponsored by Indian Council for Social Sciences and Research. And I will showcase in front of you how a better transport planning has huge impact on society tier, which is vulnerable. Now, I'm sure that here, the people who are sitting in this hall are privileged and they have access to good transport. They might have their own cars. They must be residing near a metro line, near a metro station in very big apartments. But not all are privileged like that. So transport seems like a very technical subject, but it has huge impact on society. And with that, I will like to bring your focus towards women. Women have very different travel needs, and to fulfill this travel need, they have a very different scenario. They have safety considerations, they have availability considerations. As now let me take you through this first. In this, so as you can see in this slide, that access to driving licenses in India is very low amongst ladies, and that makes the transport demand for ladies to be catered by someone else. Like if I ask the ladies, august ladies sitting here, how many of you have driving licenses in your name? I'm sure not more than 50% would be having that. That too, when we are from a very privileged class of the society. Now, when we go deeper into the society, we find that this patronage is only 1% or 2%. So a lady doesn't know how to drive. And even if there is a mode of transport in the family, she doesn't have that privilege to use that transport because that is primarily used by the male member of the society, of the family. So now the female is dependent on someone. So here is an opportunity for public transport to come in and cater to the need of women. Now, the second aspect, the elderly. As we all are certain to grow old in coming 20, 30 years, we are all supposed to grow old. So our dependence on transport will be high because for every of our needs, we will have to, because we are not in a condition to drive on our own. In India, we have a very recent scenario of IPTs, intermediate paratransit, where we can call an auto and we can call a rickshaw and we can access to our wherever we need to go, whatever services we want, we can access that. But in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, where the things are getting revamped very fast, this is becoming a real concern. So we will have to think about elderlies and their transport and travel needs very specifically while making our plans and policies. Now, economically weaker sections. We think that economically weaker section will be spending very less amount of money in their transport. But this research that we did, we found that if we talk in terms of the percentage of the monthly incomes, the most of the expenditure which is done by this class of the society is the people who are from the lower income groups. They are spending to the tune of, you can see, 60%, 40% of their incomes on transport. I hope you are able to get my point here. Like if you are earning 10,000 rupees a month and you are spending 1,000 rupees, it translates to 10%. But if I'm earning 5,000, I'm spending 1,000, it translates to 20%. So here the X and Y, the factor is very important. So we will have to be considerate while planning our transport towards the economically weaker sections also. Now, here, if you see in this graph, this relates to Denmark in year 1961 and 2006. If you see the difference between the driving license holding pattern between ladies and gents, over a period of 30-40 years, they have seen that this gap has basically narrowed down and they have transformed into a inclusive, equitable society for men and women both. This is what I'm trying to take you through. Now, this research that we did in Bhopal was done at the suburban region of Bhopal, where we took 3 cases, 3 neighborhoods. One neighborhood was from a very elite, where one duplex was 60-70 lakh rupees. Then there was a neighborhood where one duplex was 20 lakh rupees, a little middle income neighborhood. And then there was a village nearby. And we took samples of the households. And we found that the households which were having access to public transport, their ladies, unka income hai, they have income, they have jobs. So access to transport has translated into better placement of women in the society. This is what I'm trying to showcase in this graph, that 3 columns where dots are placed. Each dot is response of a lady, income versus the access to public transport, and it has been mapped here. And you can see in village where ladies do not have access to transport and they do not have access to driving license, their financial health is poor. Now, similarly, age and mobility, we have discussed about this. Now, what we need to deliberate on. We need to deliberate on, like when we select projects. When we select projects, we select on financial rate of returns like IRRs, FIRRs. But we somehow negate the social aspects of any project that we do. So the idea is we see public transport investments as subsidies. But when we make flyovers, when we make metros, when we make bypasses for a city, we see them as an investment to the city. Like if I quote an example, city of Bhopal is planning to operationalize some 10 to 15 kilometers of metro system. That is 2 routes, 2 small stretches with an estimated cost of 4,500 crores. Now, this metro system is going to serve a very limited people and very limited geographical area of Bhopal. Also, the investment that is being made looking into the projected ridership is not going to be achieved. So the state has to fund operations of metro, which is a very costly affair. And if 4,500 crores is invested in bus-based public transport system, we could have used hundreds of buses for 100 years in that money. From the interest itself, we could have operationalized that system. So when as a policymaker, when as an administrator, you look for transport options for the city, we should always look into that aspect, whether this system that we are planning to choose is actually required by the city, or it is not required by the city, or we are just falling into the in the trap of making ourselves like we have a metro city, we are a metro city. Or so we should always think about system as a whole, transport as a system, and we should always consider the impact of transport on society. We should always focus on the economical aspects that the EIR of a project into consideration. And we should get out of this gimmick that public transport investments are subsidies. And for ending my presentation here, it is pertinent to mention that in India, girls quit their education majorly because it's very difficult for them to access schools. So look into this importance of transport on women empowerment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tiwari. Now, may I please request Dr. Gaurav Bhatiani, who's a director at RTI, to come on the dais.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to AILSG to give us an opportunity to present our views. It's always a challenge coming after such an esteemed panel as a last speaker. Everything which has to be said has already been said. So I'll try to focus on a few important things from my perspective. Let me begin by saying that, and congratulating Dr. Mahapatra, it's a wonderful work which you are doing in Bodkela. There are a lot of things which came out in the talks. One underlying theme to me, which was touched upon by many speakers, but not very explicitly recognized, I want to put it on the table, that often this debate on inclusive, sustainable transport is a lot about public transport versus private interest. I think Abhishek, you briefly touched upon that, and also Professor Tiwari, you briefly mentioned about it. But I think it's something which, as a society, we need to think about, from a public policy perspective. Because when you think about inclusive transport, then public transport has to be the first answer to us. And our public transport is in shambles. I have no hesitation in saying, because unless we recognize where we are, we will not start addressing the problem. On the other hand, when you look at automobile sector, it is maybe close to 10% of our economy. It contributes hugely to exports, to jobs in the country. So if you have to, improve public transport, something will have to give. So as a society, unless, we take a conscious call, whether we want sustainable, inclusive transport, or we want automobile sector. Also, by the way, I think, Amit, you talked about energy security. Yes, but we also have the world's largest refinery in this country. We want to be the world's largest coal producer, and there are a lot of jobs associated with these sectors. So we cannot have everything. We are the most polluted cities in the world. Out of 50 cities, top 50 polluted, I think 35 or 40 are in our country. And you talk about 74,000 deaths. I think what ICMR has said is 1.7 million additional deaths due to air pollution. in the country, 1.5% of GDP lost. So when you talk about these numbers, we have to take a conscious call. And I feel that, not only from energy security, not only from climate change, but, from an inclusion perspective, for our cities to deliver, growth, for our cities to be inclusive, public transport has to be the answer. And we need to significantly, dramatically expand buses. So, Dr. Mahapatra, I'm happy you have 100 buses. I think you need maybe 1,000 buses, not just 100 buses. And if you look at numbers, take a look at city like Delhi. We have very limited number of buses. And often, the question is, oh, who will pay for this if we expand buses? And, if you look at numbers, going to a city like Delhi, maybe you need 20,000, 25,000 buses, with a norm of 1 bus per 1,000 people. The cost of doing that is about 10,000 crores per annum. And it's not difficult to generate 10,000 crores, from a city like Delhi. It's not difficult. Just look at the numbers. We have subsidy of 3,000 crores just on electricity. And do we need electricity subsidy in a city like Delhi? Maybe yes, few people, but 80% don't. We collect only 1/3 of the property tax in Delhi, just about 3,000 crores. Whereas the actual number should be about 10,000 crores. And I'm not talking of increasing the property tax. I'm just saying collect what is due, which is extremely low. We have subsidy, everyone gets free water. Do everyone need free water? So yes. So if you have to have public transport generating, a few thousand crores in big cities like Delhi, which has the highest per capita income in the country, is not at all difficult. So what is the solution? So I think, public transport needs, good state and city, transport corporations. And that is one thing which I think was not very explicitly mentioned. I would like to put it on the table that we need to reform our state transport undertakings, our city transport corporations. And we have done that kind of reform in many, many sectors. You look at airports, you look at telecom, you look at power. We have moved the needle very significantly. Why can't we move the needle on public, on the buses? I fully agree. Yes, go to e-buses, electric buses. We should not go to diesel or even CNG. Go to electric buses. But why is it so difficult? It's not. The latest numbers from the bidding suggest that the electric buses are actually cheaper than diesel buses, but we are still buying diesel buses. So I think that's something very, very important, that state transport undertakings are reformed in a significant manner. They are corporatized. They have, performance targets, quality, etc., all determined and followed. And you will see that you have much more inclusive city. It's shocking what Dr. Tiwari was saying, that, poor are spending 40% of their income on just transport. So certainly, you will see at the bottom of the pyramid improvement in the lifestyles because of that. Another way of funding this is, look at the taxes which we collect, from private vehicles and so on. Why can't a part of those taxes be used to fund electric buses in our cities to dramatically expand them? I think we should use that. We have the highest taxation on the petrol. So in a way, we already have very high carbon taxes, but none of those carbon taxes or taxes on petrol, diesel are used to decarbonize. Last but not the least, I think there is an opportunity for the cities, as we expand infrastructure to do it in a much more sustainable way. And that opportunity arises because we are seeing increasing amount of convergence between the transport, energy, and even telecom sectors. They're all converging. And therefore, as we go about building this infrastructure, we should leverage these energies. We should leverage the technology to do it in a much more sustainable way, in an integrated way. Because A, it will reduce cost. B, it will improve the quality of life. When you look at our cities, we build a beautiful road. Dr. Mahapatra has done that. But then, the electric utility will come and, dig all the roads. Or if they don't, then you will find all the footpaths have been occupied by either poles or by, people parking on the streets. So this integration, which means that, for example, can we put all this underground infrastructure in conduits, where you have, the electric network, you have the telecom network, some cities are building the gas network, all of that can be integrated. And that's a big opportunity. One of our research, in 5 cities in India, we have seen that, that presents a big opportunity and people are, very conscious. So this is the research. It is available, on the NIUA website as well. We have done it jointly with NIUA. And we feel that, it will not only improve the quality of life, it will reduce the costs, but also, on the environment sustainability, because a lot of pollution, in our cities relates to road transport, but also to the construction, the never-ending construction which goes on our cities. So thank you so much. Again, I'll stop here. I know we're already perhaps on the time. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhatyani. Now I'll hand over the floor to the organizers. Requested for, can we open the floor and can we take some questions? Please identify yourself and the question and the person you are asking question to.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? You may raise your hands.
Excellent presentations by all the distinguished speakers. One question I have is the move towards electric vehicles, very strong case being made. Issues on energy storage and charging points, not only in public places, but also within apartment blocks where both normal vehicles or conventional vehicles and e-vehicles are there, grouping or positioning either some work because the rules and standards do not provide that. We got in a big problem with vehicles already having gone much faster, whereas the rules, regulations in the urban sector having not got, they've been caught with the pants down in the sense that they're not really geared up, whereas the e-vehicles are moving phenomenally. So any particular views on that, especially storage related one, lithium storage, and also end of the life issues on dealing also with the storage batteries. How do you do that? What are the alternates beyond lithium to lithium sodium or whatever on that area? Because the whole success depends upon the storage. Thank you.
Fairly valid point. I think, how do you resolve charging in group housing? To me, is the biggest bottleneck for private vehicle. Because I've been struggling. I have an electric vehicle. I've been struggling for the last 9 months with my RWAs to give me a meter in my parking. And the response is that, but who will take the reading? How will I add it in your bill? So it's a big problem. And I think there's no clarity on group housing society charging. So I think that is absolutely right. Public charging, yes, we are moving forward, but what do you do with the private charging? And that will have a huge impact on the EV uptake. So that is some kind of guideline has to come out for group housing society. On the lithium battery, I think what we are seeing, at least from the North America and Europe, is that what we had initially anticipated as the life of the battery is actually going beyond the life. So vehicles which are, in fact, Tata Nexon vehicles, I know someone who has 180,000 kilometers done, and still the vehicle is almost, battery is almost 95%. So what we are seeing is the batteries is performing much better than what we had initially anticipated. Life is good. But then what you do is something you have to think of, especially with the second life of battery, especially storage is something that we can use. And then the whole question of recycling. And we are seeing from some example from Europe that almost 95-96% of the recycling is happening. And lithium and some of the critical minerals are being used for, again, advanced battery manufacturing.
My name is Abhilash Khandekar, and my question is about again the electric vehicles. I work in the field of environment. So I want to know, given the projections of pricing between the fossil fuel and the green electricity, do you think that the number of vehicles on the existing road are likely to grow far more than what they are today? And will there be some problems that will be faced down the line after, say, about 10 years when we have got all kinds of electrical vehicles jamming the roads? Is that the scenario that one sees as far as the experts are concerned? Thank you.
Let me just briefly answer that question. See, vehicle ownership is definitely going to increase. There is no doubt about that. So as and when the GDP increases, there is an economic growth, the vehicle ownership is definitely going to increase. Regarding your point about the difference in prices, see, so there are two aspects of it. Electric vehicle as an upfront has a higher cost than the petrol diesel one, but from a running perspective, it costs around 1/6 to 1/10, depending on the different categories. So the running cost is very, very low. Now, what is happening is, so India being 70% of the people falling below the $10,000 mark, you need to have access to cheaper finance so that you are able to buy that vehicle at an easy, affordable EMIs. That is one of the biggest challenge that will have in the impact in the growth and uptake of electric vehicles that we are seeing. And this is one of the that I showed was one of the major players for electric three-wheeler growth and is kind of impacting the two-wheeler growth. So we need to look at easy, affordable retail finance.
Hello, I have two questions, about the electrical vehicles. I'm Dr. Sneha Parnitkar. I'm from Audit Institute of Local Self Government, Mumbai. Now, particularly I work, mainly, on the waste management sector also. And we have seen, many cities want to completely go, for a solid waste management, the refuse vehicles from completely change over, to electrical vehicles. So what's your opinion, whether it's feasible? And secondly, I take it, from the charging, point issue, because Mumbai Fire Brigade has issued, the strict rules, about placing, the particularly charging stations in every location. And if you just, sort of study, those locations, it's very difficult, actually to have, that kind of setup either in the building or a mall or even, on any, the near restaurants or near any, sort of a location. So how, this issue will actually, particularly resolved, at the city level when cities want to go, for this kind of vehicles. And I'm actually working on this issue, at many cities at the MMR level.
First question, which is like this particular issue that is there. The way in India, everything starts with regulation only. Whenever you're having, for example, you're having a building plan approval. Previously, air ratings, all those energy efficient ratings, toilet ratios, those things are not there. But once those things are incorporated, वो नहीं होगा तो building plan approval नहीं होगा. Once that is done, people have to mandatorily go for that. And there's a housing, when there is an issue with housing societies and an issue with apartments, if a rule comes up, there are installation will only happen when a mandatory electric vehicle charging station is there. Or like depending on वो जितना दिखा रहा है, जितने cars का, they will show a parking, they will show this much of parking. The maximum catering. So once those rules are brought about in the planning, let's say for example, all big cities, like any city for that matter, have development authority. Like or the corporation person which approves the planning. So I personally think if any planning plan in a big building is that particular rule of the way parking is now, that rule that having a station is mandatory. That is one. Second, what has already happened? This issues with resident society. So basically, we give something called a sarvakhama or amnesty. So all people are given a rule. All apartments have to ensure that this has to be done within time period of 3 years. Otherwise, the plan approval which was given before would be cancelled. Just amnesty schemes happen. Like if you are having unauthorized construction, then please get it regularized. Otherwise, nahi hoga. So that is one thing which can be easily done. The only thing is, as was being said at the end, getting it enforced well. Because the laws, I mean, it's not about laws, it's always about people. It's like if the cost is more than the benefit, people will. So that is one thing which can be easily integrated in any building plan, and it can be done. That is the first thing that I would say. Second, as far as municipal solid waste management is concerned, I think the government has rules for everything. There's plastic waste management rules, solid waste management rules, biomedical waste management rules, domestic and e-waste management rules. As far as lithium is considered, lithium, nickel, cadmium batteries always fall under the e-waste management rule. वो हमारे पास है, equipment का rules, the rules are there. The only thing is, what can a corporation max do? It can virtually collect all the waste. Just say, for example, in Odisha, if we tell, we have Saturday, Sundays dedicated exclusively for collection of e-waste. Saturday, Sunday को TV, computer जो भी है, but उसके बाद what to do? The battery that is there, the storage that is there, how to distribute, and that is something which is only an R&D decision. Because I said, like, this is not a discussion for us also. Even car dealership, big dealership, उनका भी वही है. Because if the costs don't come down, people will not buy electric vehicles. That is very, very important. If the costs don't come down, you cannot convince people to buy electric vehicles. Because here we are discussing about people who can afford a Mach or a BMW. Like, but at the lower levels, अगर Maruti 800 का भी electric vehicle का cost उतना कम नहीं है, people cannot buy. That is very, very important, and that is a big issue with business. So उनका R&D is working very hard. Like this thing that has come up, this initially when lithium batteries were there, self life or the life was very less, but now with gradual movement they've gone very higher. Now gradually what will happen is they will also come up. They have to come up. There's no other alternative. They have to come up with solutions. They have to come up with solutions for handling. So what we can do is, as far as electric vehicles concerned, go making it mandatory for all building plan approvals to have particular incentives. Second, as we said, e-waste collection to be done proper. Special, for example, somebody is buying an electric vehicle, his पूरा data is to be clear. For example, आप electric vehicle कर रहे हो, RTO के पास register कर रहे हो, RTO will just send the data to the MSW cell of the corporation. So whenever and wherever he needs to dispose his battery of, there's an EPR. We can have something like an EPR for people, extended producer responsibility. He has to actually come and surrender it to the corporation with a minor charge whatsoever the corporation. So as of now, that is the vision I think. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ami Joshi. I am a master student at NTNU Norway. I'm studying urban ecological planning, and my question comes from we've addressed some really important points here of equity, inclusion, and my question is that in this transition phase between a public having a more inclusive public transport and including electric vehicles, etc. In a country as with as much wealth gap as India has, how do we ensure that this transition does not polarize or fragment society further?
Professor.
You mean to say that you are anticipating that giving more electric buses will polarize the society? If it is so, then I am not in agreement, because that's what equity is. Can you please tell me what exactly you want to ask?
My question comes from the point that accessibility to it. Of course, with public transport, it is something that we're envisioning to be accessible to majority of the society. But when we're referring to electric vehicles, of course, the switch from diesel cars to electric cars will be a lot faster, because it is something that is dependent on the individual's affordability. But the public transport sector changing will happen over a longer period of time. And that's the premise this question is based on. So fragmentation of
Yes.
society.
So accessibility of EVs in public transport will definitely see a faster adoption as compared to personalized cars, because government is sensitive towards this thing and several schemes are already at place. Same scheme is there, which is basically assisting urban local bodies and state transport undertakings to leverage that fund and buy and procure more electric buses for them. But at individual level, like what one of the participants asked, will there be a shift in a number of cars in future if EVs come? So I don't think that EVs will bring a very tremendous shift in ownership, because if I have to buy a car, then only I will buy a car. And then there will be an option whether I have to buy a conventional car or an EV car. Then if it is affordable, if it is more convenient, if it is more financially economical, then only I will choose an EV. I will not just go and buy a new car just because an EV car has come in the market. So that's the point to be taken in consideration, that EVs are not going to have a very significant change in the demand for a personalized mode of transport. EVs will be only asked for when there is a demand. If there are no EVs, then definitely people will go for conventional IC engine-based cars. So, Amit, you want to add something?
Well, there will be only one question we'll be able to take, ladies and gentlemen. Over.
No, I think Abhi, you raised a very good point, and I think some of the panelists have already alluded to it on the importance of subsidy, for the sector. And I think, if I'm not understanding your question correctly, is exactly that, on how much subsidies do we need to give to the by income groups, for those that cannot afford. And I think Mr. Satyana, he also talked about that the running costs, the operational costs are lower than the cost of petrol, but it is that capital investment of buying the vehicles. And I want to also take the opportunity now to bring the attention back to the importance of rules, regulations, and legislation that play a role in taking this debate and making those transformations happen on ground. From benefiting from the example of Dr. Mohapatra, who's showcased that cities, if they want to take leadership under the ambit of the mayors, of the commissioners, they can make those transformational shifts in the legislations, in the regulations that respond to these future needs. One reason why the West is advanced in these areas is because they see a new invention or new types of innovation coming in. They proactively change the regulations to accommodate that. And I can speak from my personal experience that 15 years back, when the car share, this whole Uber, the Zip cars, these types of new methods of mobility were coming in, the New York City changed its planning regulations, their zoning codes 15 years back, when the market uptake of this was not as high as it is today. But to make sure that the policies, the regulations, the zoning codes, accommodate or account for the changes that will take place in the public interest. So again, want to draw back, and this is a great forum to be here to say that from the expertise of everybody on the panel, we have the tools, we have the precedents, and we need the support from the leaders here, the commissioners, the mayors, to help us in making these transformations action achieve on that.
Thank you. My name is Tarchin. I'm from Bhutan. I just have two quick clarifications. Number one, talking about the public inclusivity in the public transport sector, let's consider the metro or the buses. So I really didn't see any priority seats after get inside the bus, taxi, or the metro. So can any one of your panelists highlight on this one, number one? And number two, is there any cost benefit analysis done between the city buses managed by state-owned corporations versus the taxis owned by private individuals? First one is about the priority seats inside the transport, be it in the bus, be it the taxi, be it in the metro. Number two is about the cost benefit analysis between the state-owned corporations managing the city bus service and the individual taxi stations. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on the number one, I don't have a clear, answer. What I would say is in the terms of cost benefit analysis, I had done one analysis which is in public domain. I can share with you the public bus transport system, BRTS. Generally speaking, especially for smaller and medium cities, let's say anything below population of 5 million, the bus system has a PCR ratio which is maybe 3 times better or even 4 times better than a metro system. So what Professor Tiwari was also saying that we should get away from the big grand project that we want a metro facility. I think what we need to be clear about is we need public transport. And what is the best optimum way to achieve public transport? In most cities, the answer may be, bus system, and now electric bus system, given that their cost.
Just to add to your question on the cost benefit analysis, we have the numbers with us, but it's not only a question of numbers only, because public bus transportation system, STUs, we call them over here. So they have a capacity constraint in operations and maintenance of the electric buses also. So it is not only the cost that one has to look at. They are not equipped to operationalize and maintain those buses in a similar fashion which a private sector can do. So it's a factor of one cost and other is the capacity also.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the session very informative and insightful. Let's put our hands together for this wonderful session. And now we'll proceed with the felicitation. Can we have Mr. K.K. Chauhan to felicitate Dr. Shubhankar Mohapatra? Let's put our hands together, everybody. Can we also have Mr. Anirudh Chiyal to come forward and felicitate Mr. Abhishek Saxena? Now, can we have Mr. Devarshi Pandya, our CFO, AIILSG, to felicitate Ms. Parul Agarwal? Let's put our hands together, everybody. Dr. Sunny George, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Amit Bhatt. Let's give it up, everybody. Mr. Ekansh Jain, to please come forward and felicitate Professor Rahul Tiwari. Dr. Chandan Karkare, to come forward and felicitate Dr. Gaurav Bhetiani. Thank you so much to our speakers and moderator for this wonderful session. Can we request you to please come forward for the group picture? And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no tea break because we're running late with the schedule. We will be beginning our second session, which is going to be on urban water security and management. Thank you so much to all our panelists and of course our moderator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next session I'm talking about is about urban water security and management. This session will focus on the challenges of managing water in urban areas and how different technologies are being employed to tackle these issues. The subtopics to be covered include rural-urban transformation, grey water, fecal sludge management, importance of shit flow diagram in urban sanitation, to manage fecal sludge, sustainable use of water, importance of PPP funding of urban sanitation initiative for long-term sustainability, Uttar Pradesh septage management journey and use of technology in urban water management. And now let's have speakers and moderator for the session. Please settle down, everyone. Specialist, UNICEF. Mr. Vasuja is a WASH specialist at UNICEF India country office with extensive experience in the WASH sector. He provides technical support to the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation on water safety planning, water quality monitoring, disaster risk reduction interventions. He has implemented WASH programs for children and communities in rural and urban areas, including in healthcare facilities in schools in Gujarat, Bihar, and Jharkhand. He holds a master's degree in energy and environment management and is rostered by the UN at P3 level for humanitarian assignments. He is passionate about improving lives through safe and sustainable water, sanitation, and hygiene services. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Vasuja. Now let's have Mr. Shamim Ehsan Chaudhary, PM MUNASS United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific. Mr. Shamim Ehsan Chaudhary is the project manager managed by UCLG Asia Pacific and supported by Gates Foundation. He oversees and supports the project execution in Bangladesh, Nepal, Southwest Asia, with over 20 years of experience in local governance. He has extensive knowledge in policy advocacy, local governance, and WASH governance. He holds a master's degree in geography and environmental from Dhaka University, as well as MPH from Northeast University of Bangladesh. He has contributed to several publications and previously worked with SNV Netherlands, UNDP, Helvetas Swiss Intercorporation, Save the Children, and John Hopkins University. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ehsan Chaudhary. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, sitting amongst us is Ms. Lerato Maloka, member of National Executive Council, SELGA. Ms. Lerato is the executive mayor of Sedibeng District Municipality in south of Gauteng Province, South Africa. She has a wealth of experience in local government and politics, having served in various capacities, including chairperson of Local Economic Development and Job Creation Working Group at South African Local Government Association, National Executive Committee member of SALGA, and board member and political head of AL Special Economic Zone. She holds an advanced diploma in public law and national diploma in management assistant. Additionally, she has completed various certificate programs in municipal management, executive leadership, project management, and municipal finance, among others. Ms. Maloka is a skilled communicator and negotiator with advanced decision-making and problem-solving skills. She has strong service orientation, critical thinking abilities, and well-versed in economic and financial management matters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ms. Maloka. We also have Dr. Sanjeev Jha, Director Knowledge and Government Relations, India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI. Dr. Sanjeev Jha is a development sector professional with a passion for improving the lives of people through WASH and health and nutrition inventions. He has a PhD in social science and has worked as a researcher for the Government of India for over a decade. He has also been involved in social sector research and consulting for various national and international organizations, focusing on sanitation, health, and nutrition issues. He has led the Global Sanitation Fund, GSF program in Jharkhand as state head, overseeing its implementation and monitoring. He's currently working with ISC, a senior consultant, bringing his rich experience and expertise to the organization. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jha. Let's also welcome Mr. P.K. Srivastav, Additional Mission Director, Amrut 2.0 Uttar Pradesh. P.K. Srivastav is a Senior Administrative Officer in the Urban Development Sector of Uttar Pradesh. He has more than 32 years of experience in various capacities in urban local bodies, including Municipal Commissioner, Executive Officer, Project Director, and Mission Director. He has joined the service in 1990 after securing 28th rank in the Combined State Services examination. He has served in different cities such as Varanasi, Lalitpur, Kanpur, Jhansi, and Lucknow. He has also handled additional responsibilities related to urban reforms. And he has been awarded President Bronze Medal and President Silver Medal for his outstanding contribution in 1991 and 2001 census respectively. Currently, he's working as an additional director training in Urban Training and Research Institute and in the additional mission director, Amrut 2.0 in State Mission Directorate, Uttar Pradesh. Let's put our hands together for Mr. P.K. Srivastav. We also have Mr. Chandra Bhushan Pandey amongst us, Independent Director, Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited. Mr. Pandey has dedicated his life to social work and activism. In 1990, he has become the district head of ABVP in Jaunpur. In 2008, at the age of 36, he resigned from MPPCS and UPPCS to become a full-time social worker. He has founded several organizations, including Green Earth Ashram in Pragyaraj 2004, Mission Water for Tomorrow 2008, National Farmers Panchayat 2008, and Jijivisha in 2011, and UP Development Foundation in 2012. His work focuses on environmentalism, sustainable living, and community development. Mr. Pandey activism extends to fighting corruption and promoting good governance. Mr. Pandey has also undertaken several awareness-raising walks along the banks of the Yamuna and Gomti rivers. He's also launched campaigns such as Let's Go to the Pond and Ashta Vriksharopan, which has been widely discussed. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Chandra Bhushan Pandey. And now I would like to hand over it to our moderator. Fighting corruption and promoting good governance. Mr. Pandey has also undertaken several awareness-raising walks along the banks of the Yamuna and Gomti rivers. He's also launched campaigns such as Let's Go to the Pond.
I can still probably say good morning.
Vriksharopan, which has been widely discussed. Let's put our hands
presented to you, their introduction. And the first speaker will be Mr. Manish Vasuja, who will speak on community participation and water quality monitoring and surveillance. So community participation is extremely critical because without people's involvement, surveillance will be difficult, quality monitoring will be difficult. And let us see what Mr. Manish Vasuja presents to us. So now over to you, Manish ji.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna. I warmly welcome all the participants and also the experience, the there is a there are water quality labs which are managed by the department and NGO partners, but also supported by community in the community-based water quality surveillance mechanism. So, yeah. So my current presentation will talk about water and public health, the quality aspect and its safe limit. Then the monitoring aspect, in which I will talk about the labs which are available which are working in West Bengal, and how these are being supported and complemented by the community-based surveillance mechanism also. Overall, I'll not some of you will know about this data, why water quality is so important. So if I talk about children, the growth can only happen if there is no diarrhea, or we can prevent diarrhea, and where water quality plays an important role. So contaminated water induces diarrhea, and this can be prevented by safely management of water supply. And that safe management of water supply starts from the source itself. That source has to provide safe water. Then water handling practices at the household level also contributes into that. So all those aspects, if I kind of combine them together, falls into two categories. One can be covered by the monitoring aspect from source to household. Another is by surveillance aspect, that at household level also we are knowledgeable enough to understand how we can manage water safely in our homes, so that the handling practices are there, how we can handle water safely and don't contribute it to the contamination. And there are two kinds of contamination. One is anthropogenic and another is the natural geogenic contamination. The contamination, basically the contaminants which are more kind of contributing to mortality and morbidity are bacteriological contamination as well as two priority chemical contaminants. One of them is arsenic and another one is fluoride. Microbiological contamination can be managed through risk management approach, but arsenic and fluoride contamination is managed primarily by safe alternate water sources and treatment of existing contaminated water sources. And arsenicosis and fluorosis are two important kind of diseases which we need to focus on. Whenever we talk about safely managed water supply, there are two priority chemical contaminants identified by the practitioners, which needs to be managed. And this can be done, 70% of water sources can be effectively managed if we go for safe alternate water supply. Because treatment somehow is, engineering wise, it is easier, but when we talk about management, the community-based management part becomes difficult. In microbiological contamination and in chemical contamination, in India, we follow IS 10500 for safe drinking water, which has a limit of 0.01 parts per million for arsenic. Similarly, for fluoride, it is 1.5 ppm parts per million. For bacteriological and microbiological contamination, the contaminants should be completely absent. Now in West Bengal, how these are being managed? So there is a network of laboratories which are managed by state government, the department, public health engineering department, as well as they have partnered with NGO partners. So the NGO partner, they manage these labs, they run these labs. Most of these labs are NABL accredited. That means they follow scientific processes to quantify both chemical and microbiological contamination. And the sample collection from village or from urban municipal local bodies, they come through sample collectors. So there is a mechanism in which NGO partners engage some local sample collectors. They collect water samples, bring it to lab, water is tested, and then the report goes back to community to inform them about the result of their water quality status. Now, knowing that status, then a villager can take appropriate action if there is, for example, microbiological contamination. Then an advisory also goes through NGO that what action need to be taken at community level to contain that microbiological contamination. It can be source protection, it can be simple treatment such as boiling or chlorination, disinfection. So these are some local initiatives which are taken up through NGO partners to effectively run this monitoring and surveillance system in West Bengal. And I think this can be implemented in other areas as well, because this is happening successfully in West Bengal. This can happen in other areas as well. What is required is basically partnership with NGOs, partnership with some civil society organizations who can partner with government to take up this program at larger level in communities, in all villages and in urban areas. Because ultimately, water quality is part of, so if we are providing water supply, that doesn't mean that we are the water is safe. Ultimately, through these labs and water quality surveillance at community level, we can make sure that safely managed water supply, which is available on premise, available when needed, and free from microbiological and chemical contamination, can be accessible to all population across all villages and in urban areas. So with this, I conclude my presentation. If you have any query, we can discuss it. I think after the.
Your experience of success, you can say, and excellent, Manish. Thank you. Now, friends, we have another eminent speaker, Mr. Shamim Ehsan Chaudhary, who will be speaking on the importance of shift flow diagram in urban sanitation to manage fecal sludge and wastewater. Very, very important subject. And give a big hand to Mr. Shamim.
Respected Chair, or expert panelist, or the guest meeting. I'm here to speak on circular diagram. It's not something very new. It's already 10 years ago. So just before starting, I'm from the Jasper. Managing in small product, which is South Asia, focused on Bangladesh. We are working with local government associations. So I try to show some pictures instead of product text or numbers, and finally I try to contribute to the safe water management. That's the right. It's a screenshot from the SDG tracker of Bangladesh. And if you see the 6.2.1 progress, is showing 42% in 2019. And the target line showing by 2030, we will achieve 100%. It's not my question to you, it's my question to myself, whether this is possible with this data or this trend. So the latest one from the UNESCO a couple of weeks back, the report was published, and you see all the indicators are still far from the mid of the SDGs. Up to 2022, we see most of the blue lines, the focus lines are very slow. The trend also very slow. And if you see the sixth line, the safe water and sanitation, it is not that much that makes us happy. So I'm not blaming the SDG tracker. I'm not blaming the data from the UNESCO, but I'm blaming the data gap. The data could be used for the regional policymakers, but what do we have for our mayors, for our city leaders? Because our mayors and the city leaders, they are the guiding stars of the local development. So until we have something for them, we can ensure, we can make sure the progress at local level, which will be finally contribute to this data. Then what is the scene behind? The picture on the right side, if you visit Dhaka, that's very close to the Gulshan and Baridhara, there is we call coral slum. So we might have very good sanitation system in Gulshan and Baridhara, but when we have a big slum like coral, and if we don't include them in a plan, then the security of the water, then the sanitation system is not, we should say, fully functional. See the picture on the left. I'm sure that it does not require an explanation because it is very common anywhere, because all the cities are not Aero City. There are so many cities having similar pictures. Then what we did from MUNAS in 2020, we did 10 assessment in 10 cities in Bangladesh and Nepal. It's an example from Lalmangarh. So there are some data showing that 52% of the household toilets are lined with high risk, I'd say, water flows, rivers, or lines. But we should make sure that our city leaders, they don't have these critical pictures. Rather, let's have something which is more comfortable for them, which is easy for them to understand. And that's why we like to reintroduce the SFD, then the sheet flow diagram. And before the sheet flow diagram, this is the ideal situation of sanitation value chain. Containment has to be good, emptying, it has to be good, then transport, then treatment, and the reuse or disposal. So this is the way actually we have to address the sanitation system. And in this system, if there is something wrong, that will be showed in red color. And if there's something good, that will show in the green color. So let's go to the SFDs. So where is the Lalmonirhat SFD? And what I said earlier, that for our mayors, we can provide a huge book, a lot of data or hard data or numbers. That is not their issue because they're the guiding stars. They could guide us with seeing such pictures of the city. So showing that 9% of that city's sanitation system is safe and rest of the sanitation system is not safe. So let's go to Dhulikhel municipality of Nepal. You see 51% showing green, that means it's safe, regardless on-site or off-site, and giving them the average data. And 49% are unsafe. It's one of the Indian city from Tamil Nadu, also showing that very 2% safe and this is the part of unsafe. So this is the sheet flow diagram, which I'm recommending for our mayors, for our city leaders, so that they could understand well and they could guide us, people like us, or experts, or engineers, or planners, so that they could come with good plans. And what I also recommend, because of showing the first two slides, the SDG tracker and the UNESCO report, that the data gap, because of the algorithm, data collection, because every country have their own system and joint monitoring program of joint monitoring program, which we know that as the MP, they are responsible for this data. And to minimize this data gap, I'm recommending to accept SFD as part of 6.2, not for whole. Part of 6.2 for the data measuring, we're recommending this SFD. This is my last one. You see the picture on the left, a Waling municipality of Gandaki province in Nepal. There's a nice water stream in the left, and just in the middle, you see the flower garden. Actually, that is the fecal/treatment plant made by that city. Since 2019, with the MONA's support, with UCLG support, they made a nice fecal/treatment plant. And on the right side, the last picture is from last December. Kids are playing on that fecal/treatment plant because that is no more a treatment plant, that became a sanctioned park. And kids are playing there. People are going there for the leisure time. And interestingly, the treated water from this fecal/treatment plant going to that water stream without any harmful elements. Because of some precautionary measures, they're not going to technical terms, but this is happening. And that's why I still again recommend, let's support our mayors or city leaders to develop SFDs and to help them to understand the situation or the scenario at local level, so that they can guide all of us to make further plan, to implement the plans, regardless limitation of resource. And finally, I'll recommend again to accept SFD as a measuring tool for 6.2. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, of course, AIILF is here. You see just part in very well. We'll be happy to answer you. And secondly, in Nepal, 65 SFD under development by Municipal Association of Nepal. So if any of you are interested, our colleagues in Nepal and Muan, we will be very happy to host you to show the process and the results. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shaminji. I think, friends, we will all agree that one of the biggest challenges in waste management segment in the cities is the fecal waste management. And the way has been shown by Nepal and other places also. A veiling example, you have given wonderful thing. So compliments to Nepal and their cities. And thank you, Mr. Hassan, for bringing to our notice. I'm sure other cities' success stories may be here. Those who have success stories during the question and answer session, you can share your own city. If you are doing something similarly or even better or similarly good, please do share. So everybody gets encouraged that fecal waste can be managed. Real challenge. Very big municipalities are not able to do it in many cases. Very big municipalities having a lot of money, but money is not the solution everywhere. Wonderful thing. Thank you once again, Samir. Now, friends, we have yet another eminent speaker in Madam Lerato Francina Maloka, who will be speaking on integrated water resource management for the realization of the SDG 6, water-related SDG. Welcome, madam. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, President Director. Firstly, let me greet everybody, Mr. Honorable Mayors, Commissioners, Senior City Government representatives, representatives of urban development authority, policymakers, distinguished guests, and Dr. Hitch. Water security is a topic of a global importance. For South Africa, it is of pronounced importance as we are of the 40 countries that is really enjoying that is very tried in the world, and our constitution recognizes access to water as a basic human right. So at the level of municipality, the local government, it is the right that each citizen must have a water access. We also recognize the phenomenon of urbanization, where it is expected that 90% of the global increase in urbanization will be in Asia and Africa. In South Africa, 53% of the population already live in urban areas, and this is expected to rise to 71% by 2050. These two realities considered jointly make urban water security critical to South Africa as a country. In our context, the provision of domestic and industrial water and sanitation is a priority of local government municipalities, as it is in planning and other activities related to management of cities and towns. Urban water security does become a primary concern for local government. My inputs will be based on the following 5 points. My first point is on water security in city, overview of challenges in access of water and its management. The sustainable and reliable provision of water in cities appears in becoming increasingly challenging in the wake of climate change across the globe. Developing nations like South Africa are no exception to this, where in one half of the country we deal with extreme flooding events like we have experienced in Ethiopian Metro, home of the city of Durban. This, while in other half of the country is simultaneously dealing with the extreme drought, as is the case in the Nelson Mandela Metro, and as was the case with the city of Cape Town. And they averted day 0 years ago. Moving from the climate change challenges, there is the obstacle of infrastructure finance for both the existing infrastructure to ensure adequate access. With the many competing needs, an economy that is still recovering from COVID pandemic restrictions. The fiscal is severely constrained and infrastructure investment is not at adequate level. A developing country such as South Africa then also has to deal with its legacy discrimination and present levels of abnormal high inequality, which combine to create scenario of inequitable urban access to water, where the urban poor can become second-class citizens who are not prepared for. There are many other challenges, but these are the most pronounced magnitude and impact in the South African context. The second point is on developing policy and institutional frameworks to enhance IWRM and conservation of wetlands, urban and water bodies. Appropriate policy and enabling institutional framework are catalysts in enhancing urban integrated water resource management. These instruments can help us to move from traditional understanding of water resource management being exclusive about catchment and dams to a more dynamic and understanding that maximize urban water resources, utilization through sustainable urban drainage system and urban water harvesting and other similar innovations. A key component in enhancing integrated water resource management, urban or otherwise, is efficiency. The practice of making the most of every drop and every stage of water cycle. Efficiency must be explicit objectives at a policy level and a common design feature of all institutional frameworks. In our own context in South Africa, much work is underway to start making these necessary changes. On the third point is around the stakeholder engagement and public participation, the role of government, the role of civil society organization, private sector, and local communities. While stakeholders and participation seem obvious, they are not always easy to achieve. There is often the temptation to speedily implement programs or projects to ensure communities enjoy the intended benefits and not delay matters with stakeholder engagement and participation. But what is becoming increasingly apparent the world over is that nothing is sustainable without adequate stakeholder engagement and public participation. In the South African context, we have legislated stakeholder engagement and participation in infrastructure development at all levels. We found this practice to be immensely helpful as the insight gained only through engagement and participation that ensures endeavors are sustainable. We have also commenced on a drive to engage with the private sector in this undertaking when found a need to invest building trust between communities, government, and civil society. We work to build this trust as a basis of collaboration that can be difficult when there are divergent interests and may require the use of legislative instruments at the disposal of only government. But the regulations might be enough to start building trust, but it's almost always never enough to sustain it. In the end, as human beings, we must work together to our collective good and that of our world. The third point is on capacity building and knowledge management for effective implementation of the IWRIM. Capacity building of the entire ecosystem is a prerequisite if all stakeholders are to play their part effectively. Government must be capacitated to govern appropriately, but equally important is the capacitation of civil society and our local communities and private sector. If one part of the chain does not understand, or if one of them chain does not understand, or if it's not capacitated to play its part, the system fails and you're unable to move forward. The temptation to focus only on one part of the system must be realized. We need the entire system to work if we are to move towards sustainable and reliable access of urban water for all. And the last concluding point is on a best practice and case studies on water management. One case is the work done by the city of Cape Town to defer day zero until rains arrive. The city managed to mobilize all stakeholders to agree on a common mission of inter-area preserving water. This saw a significant decrease in water use across the city and brought the city much needed to the execute other initiatives. This was a great example of how efficiency is possible when stakeholders work together on the basis of trust, and this is supplemented with policy and enabling institutional frameworks.
Your claps have already thanked Madam Malhotra for a very excellent presentation on sustainable management of water resources, how to involve the people, communities, and the private sector, and also the capacity building issue. Very, very important points have been flagged, and the importance of good case studies also highlighted by her. And once again, I would say your experience in community participation in water management, including capacity building, private sector role, etc., do share as soon as all the panelists conclude their presentation. your city's experience, what you have seen in happening in your city, what you are managing, your city manager. It will be wonderful to get that feedback from you. All will be enriched by the presentation of the respective eminent panelists. So friends, now in the series, the next eminent panelist is Dr. Sanjeev Jha, who has been introduced already to you, and he will be speaking on the importance of PPP funding of urban sanitation initiatives for long-term sustainability and impact. One of the very important goals or tools for managing, including the financing and operation of the infrastructure urban projects, sanitation projects is PPP. Let us hear from Dr. Sanjeev Jha, and do give a big hand to him so that he gets motivated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, it's a huge opportunity for me to be here on this platform and to be able to, speak something under the chairmanship of Mr. Veer, sir, who we always fancied as an officer of the government of India, with remarkable vision and everything. So I have had that privilege of having, impacted in the past. I represent India Sanitation Commission, which is chaired by Ms. Lenala Kidwai at FICCI, and I'm looking after the knowledge management and government relations part. And FICCI has got, these two important missions in the water and sanitation space. So one is India Sanitation Commission, and the other is FICCI Water Mission. Interestingly, FICCI Water Mission had undertaken an interesting study involving some 20 odd public-private partnership wastewater management systems across country, and then they had been able to come up with certain findings. So prior to sharing that findings, since the topic demands that I should be able to throw some light on the existing models of public-private partnership in that space as to which ones of them have actually been successful and which have not succeeded for whatever reasons. So see, let's understand a couple of things. I think most of you may be knowing, but in order to be able to set that context, it is important to understand that there are basically three models of the public-private partnership in that space. One is the build, operate, and transfer with end user PPP model, where the end user is the private sector itself. The advantage is that if the end user is the private sector party itself, then there is absolutely no payment risk which is involved. There is also no techno managerial risk which is involved, because it is the private sector who have to ensure, in consultation or in agreement with the municipal corporation, that let's hire an intermediary who would be able to do a decent job out of the the entire municipal wastewater being collected through the existing sewer line, or even if the sewer lines are to be laid out, those can be effectively laid out in a time-bound manner, and that municipal water can be sourced from the households in the catchment of the industrial establishment of that private user. Once that water is picked up, collected, then it is effectively treated either at an existing STP, which has the adequate capacity to be able to treat the water being collected, or as we would see in the case of Nagpur Municipal Corporation, the existing capacity of the existing STP was first, enhanced from 100 MLD to 200 MLD. Then the water being collected, which was effectively treated. And then the two power corporations or the power plants which existed in Nagpur, they bought the entire water. So it was, it was a win-win situation for the this municipal corporation, who were able to get rid of the entire municipal wastewater right? It was treated, and then it was a source of revenue for the corporation as well, because that technical intermediary which was involved, it was an agreement between them and the corporation that the revenue generated from out of that private party would be shared between them. Slightly under the weather, so. The next model was, this was the build, operate, and transfer with the private party as the end user. Then there are build, operate, and transfer with annuity payments. There are several examples of it, and even in the wastewater sector, the problem is that the moment it is a question of annuity payment being made to the private operator, then there is payment risk involved. So the problem is that with the hybrid annuity model, the private sector comes up with a capital, the initial capital, and the investment is made by them, and then the entire cost, the entire capital cost, besides the operation and maintenance cost, towards that project is made by the concessionaire. But the problem is that in most of these, a wastewater project, the concessionaire is the municipal corporation, and the industry's perspective is that the municipal corporation, unless if it is in a sound financial health, is fine. If it is not in sound financial health, then the payment risk is always involved. So in order to be able to overcome that, these the industry fees, and since I also represent FICCI here, so it's important to understand as to what could be done so that the payment risk on the part of the this municipal corporation can actually be minimized. The way out that the FICCI has already recommended and would still recommend is that if the payment guarantee can be taken care of by the government of India, then probably the build, operate, transfer with this annuity payments is also a successful model. Now, just in the end, one good example of the Nagpur Municipal Corporation. See, the thumb rule is that 80% of the potable water supplied to a city returns as sewage. And our towns generate over, I'm not going to that. So Nagpur was absolutely no different, with a 27 lakh population consuming 700 mld of fresh water daily. Roughly 80% actually translated to 550 mld converted sewage. So the only, and this sewage was polluting all the three river streams in Nagpur. So the only way out was to be able to treat this sewage in order to be able to free the city of Nagpur from this air pollution, which is already creating a menace. It's a successful model with a total cost of about 130 crores up and running, and it's a 30-year contract. So thank you so much. There are so many examples, but then time does not permit. Thank you.
I think, friends, it is a very, very important presentation made by Dr. Sanjeev Jha on the PPP funding, because we always say that wastewater is a real challenge for municipality, but here is the example where it has been converted into a revenue source. Of course, we have question answer session. But if you can just raise your hand in your city, is wastewater being converted into a revenue source? Just raise the hand, we'll discuss it later. In any city, is wastewater being sold to industry or to construction or to any city you are doing it, anybody else? Okay, if not, then we'll discuss once again your questions. And that leads me to one announcement that while question answer session will be there, but if you have question already in your mind, if you could write down on the piece of paper, and I request the organizers here to collect from your table, it will help us to use the time better and give opportunity to those who have articulated. Okay, so just write down your question on the piece of paper that you have and keep it on your table. And I request the organizers to kindly make a round and collect the papers and pass on to me. So friends, with that, I suggest that you give a big applaud to Dr. Sanjeev Jha for the very motivating presentation. And if anybody is here from Nagpur, special compliments to them. And we look forward to more such cases, case studies and examples. Wonderful. Thanks. So now, friends, the next eminent speaker is Mr. P.K. Srivastava, who has been introduced to you, and he will be speaking on the Uttar Pradesh septage management journey, the case studies of Jhansi, Chunar, and Bijnor city. Over to you, Mr. Srivastava.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, All India Institute of Local Self-Government and organizers for giving me this big opportunity. I will present mix in Hindi and English, so I could connect with my audience and who are on the YouTube, both, because I am from the Hindi belt state. Sir, first of all, we are talking for the urban water security and management. As we know, our water level is going down continuously. If we compare with the time of independence, the per capita water availability is 1/4. We are not able to hold the rainwater, which we were expected, so that the recharging is not happening as per the expectation level. So what options are left with us? That is only the water management and water governance. As we know, most of the cities are dependent on non-sewered system. If we talk about the Uttar Pradesh, the 80% population is dependent on on-site sanitation system. Only 20% is linked with our sewer system. If we talk about the sewerage system in Uttar Pradesh, the total generation is about 8,300 MLD, and the installed capacity is only 3,500, meaning thereby only 40% fewer we are able to manage for the treatment. Our urbanization is continuously on the upper hand. Our industrialization is based on our urban infrastructure. So what makes us to shift on this fecal sludge management? As we know, in the process of making our cities open defecation free, there were a lot of toilets constructed in the individual household capacity, public toilets, community toilets. But the next challenge is how it will treat it, because right now there is no system of proper treatment. Most of our fecal sludge is going untreated in the water body. So Government of India published FSSM policy in 2017. Consequently, Uttar Pradesh notified the urban Uttar Pradesh state septic policy in 2019. With that time, in Amrit, our state action plan, we have 60 cities in Uttar Pradesh, which population is more than 1 lakh. We have made provision, each city should have FSTP or co-treatment plant. Where there is a STP, already STP, there were 21 cities. We have made provision 21 cities with the co-treatment plant, because we don't need the land in that area for the establishing the FSTP, where the STP already exists. Where there is no STP, we have make provision 37 cities with the independent FSTP. अब देखिए इसमें जो मुख्य बातें थी कि हम लोग जो इश्यूज थे, कैसे हमारा जो पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हुआ पॉलिसी में, कि जो हमारे 30 सिटीज में करीब हमारे पास 107 एसटीपी ऑलरेडी चल रहे हैं, उसका जो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस का जो इश्यू है वो इतना बड़ा है कि आज अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज आर नॉट एबल टू पे द मेंटेनेंस चार्जेस, और उसका जो इम्पैक्ट आता है उसकी क्वालिटी पे आता है। सो गवर्नमेंट थॉट कि अगर हम इसको एफएसटीपी पे शिफ्ट करें तो इट इज लो कॉस्टिंग, और सबसे बड़ी चीज है लैंड की अवेलेबिलिटी। जितने लैंड एसटीपी के लिए चाहिए उसका बहुत कम हिस्सा हमें चाहिए एफएसटीपी के लिए। 1 acre to 2.5 acre land is required as per the population and as per the household. So when we come on the capex, capital cost is very high in the STP. As you know कि जितने भी हमारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की स्कीम्स हैं, चाहे वो अमृत की हो चाहे एसडीएम की हो, there is a ULB share as per the depending upon the population, 30%, 20%. ULBs are not able to bear that capex right now because they don't have that much revenue generation. फिर उसके बाद जो ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट का जो इशू आता है, आपको पता है कि इलेक्टेड बॉडी कभी भी जो सीवेज टैक्स है, सीवर चार्जेस है, वो कभी बढ़ने नहीं देते। तो उसका रिजल्ट ये होता है कि जो उसका कॉस्ट रिकवरी है वो प्रॉपर तरीके से नहीं हो पा रही। फिर इसके अलावा जब आप एसटीपी के लिए सीवर लाइन ले करते हैं तो कितना बड़ा हमें रोड्स की डिगिंग करनी पड़ती है, और उसको पूरा कंप्लीट होने में मोर देन सालों लग जाते हैं। और एक बार अगर डिगिंग हो गई तो उस रेस्टोरेशन ऑफ द रोड जो है कम से कम 2-3 साल तक ठीक से हो नहीं पाता। एक बार बन जाता है, बरसात हुई, फिर सड़क बैठ जाती है, तो बहुत सारा इनकन्वीनियंस पब्लिक को होता है। इसलिए यूपी ने इस पे जो हम लोग शिफ्ट हुए। अब ये देखिए जो हमारा जर्नी ऑफ सेप्टेज मैनेजमेंट इन यूपी, हम लोग जो अमृत जब स्टार्ट हुआ तब से इसको हमने शुरू किया। फिर 2017 में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का नोटिफिकेशन आया, 2019 में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट यूपी का आया। फिर उसके बाद हमने इसमें एक और काम किया कि हमने सेंटर फॉर साइंस एंड एनवायरनमेंट के साथ एक MOU साइन किया ताकि हमको उनसे टेक्निकल सपोर्ट मिले और यूएलबीज को हम हैंड होल्ड करा पाए कि इसका कैसे हमें ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस करना है। अभी जो हमारा वर्ल्ड वाटर डे था उस पे हमने 37 FSTP और को ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट का इनॉग्रेशन कराया, जिससे कि हमारा स्टेट जो है वो सैनिटेशन चेन वैल्यू की ओर हमारा बढ़े। ये हमारा स्टेट का पूरा मैप है जिसमें कहाँ कहाँ हमारा को ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट है 22, कहाँ कहाँ FSTPs लगे हैं, कहाँ दोनों है, उसका एक व्यू है। ये कंपोनेंट ऑफ मॉडल फिगर।
Ladies and gentlemen, just an important announcement. In case you're looking forward for the translation, you may please collect your headphones from the registration desk. And in case you just want to raise your hands, our team member will definitely come and deliver you at your respective tables and seats. Okay, I can see a lot of hands there. Please feel free to ask for translation headphones. The team members will be there to help you with the headphones for the translation.
Thank you. तो जो मैं इस पे बता रहा था कि क्यों हम लोग FSTP की ओर शिफ्ट हुए और क्यों उस तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। अब दूसरा जो हमने किया कि FSTP के पहले जो हमने बेसिक्स जो सिटी लेवल स्ट्रेटजी बनाई, उसमें हमारा जो एग्जिस्टिंग सैनिटेशन सिनेरियो है उसकी हमने एक स्टडी कराई। उसमें जो मेन बातें थे सिटी वाइज कि नंबर ऑफ हाउस होल्ड कितना है सिटी में, कितना सिटी पॉपुलेशन है, कितना जो कवर्ड है एग्जिस्टिंग सीवरेज नेटवर्क से, और कितना हमारा नॉन सीवर सिस्टम से ऑन साइट सैनिटेशन सिस्टम से कवर है, नंबर ऑफ पब्लिक टॉयलेट नंबर ऑफ कम्युनिटी टॉयलेट कितने हैं वो हमने असेस किया। उसके बाद कितने जो प्राइवेट ऑपरेटर हैं उनके पास कितनी गाड़ियां हैं, जो पेमेंट वो करते हैं हाउस होल्ड से जो प्राइवेट ऑपरेटर को वो कितना करते हैं। फिर हमने एफएसटीपी के कंस्ट्रक्शन में 2-3 चीज और ध्यान रखी कि जो लैंड का सिलेक्शन है वो ऐसा रखा कि वहां जहां पे हमारा प्रॉपर एक्सेस हो, एफएसटी जो रोड है वो प्रॉपरली हम लोग वहां पे गाड़ियां पहुंच सकती हों, और एडिकेट क्वांटिटी ऑफ फीकस स्लज वहां पहुंचे। एक और इश्यू आता है लोकल बॉडीज में, वो आता है बाई लॉस का, कि साहब हम कैसे वसूलें, दे डोंट हैव द कैपेसिटी टू prepare the bylaws. So we at the state level we prepare model bylaws and we circulated it to urban local bodies. On that basis of model bylaws, they can prepare their own bylaws so that they can realize their user charges from this service. Next. Now ease of septage management. ये जैसा कि स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण में पैटर्न है कि एक सिटीज के बीच में कंपटीशन होता है सैनिटेशन के लिए, क्लीनलीनेस के लिए, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए, वैसे ही हम लोग आपस में जो हमारे सिटीज है जो कि हमारे 40 सिटीज के ऊपर हो चुके हैं और इन कमिंग डेज हमारे 60 सिटीज से कवर हो जाएंगे, तो आपस में कंपटीशन के लिए हमने स्टार रेटिंग का प्रोविजन किया है। पढ़ाइए स्लाइड को। नेक्स्ट और नेक्स्ट। ये इसमें कुछ हमने पैरामीटर रखे हैं, सिंगल स्टार, डबल स्टार और 3 स्टार। जैसे कि इसमें जो हमारा ओडीएफ है, ओडीएफ प्लस प्लस का जो सिस्टम है, तो इसी तरीके से इसमें रखा है। इसमें 3 शहरों का जो हमने सबसे पहले था, झांसी, बिजनौर और चुनार। क्योंकि टाइम बहुत कम है तो इसमें मैं पूरा भी एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर पाया, बट थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड थैंक यू सर।
So thank you, P.K. Srivastava sahab. You have made very excellent presentation. Of course, we know that you had much more to say, and I hope there will be opportunity now, even time will be there, on the city-wide inclusive sanitation and ease of septage management. Very, very important thing. Septage management is a very big challenge for any city. And often it is being ignored. Often we are not giving enough attention because quantity is not very large, but the adverse impact on the environment so large. It is like a bomb. Like there is a lot of potential problems. So how it is being managed is a very interesting theme you have touched upon. Thank you very much, Srivastava. Now, friends, we have in the panel of eminent speakers. The last before the last thing is, but not the least, definitely, is Mr. Chandra Bhushan Pandey, who will be speaking. He has been introduced to you already, so I'm not repeating that. He will be speaking on how to increase the rainfall and use of technology in urban water management. So to you, Mr. Pandey, and a big hand to Mr. Pandey.
Respected Chair, colleague panelists and audience. Basically, a lot of things have been discussed here, and I will try to speak in English and Hindi. And basically, technical word will be in English. Otherwise, being a Hindi mother tongue, so I prefer to speak in Hindi. I have to discuss one thing what sir explained about the topic, that how to increase rainfall. In fact, Mission Kal Ke Liye Jal, a campaign driven by me and my team in Prayagraj in 2004. मिशन कल के लिए जल इस अभियान में हम लोग कुल वर्षा की मात्रा कैसे बढ़े, जो वर्षा का पानी जमीन पर आया वो जमीन के अंदर और जमीन के ऊपर जो सतही जल स्रोत हो वहां सुरक्षित कैसे हो, और जो जमीन के अंदर पानी चला गया उसका मितव्ययी इस्तेमाल हो। 3 बिंदुओं पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। मेरा सौभाग्य रहा कि मैं दिल्ली 2010 में पैदल आया था प्रयागराज से और 38 दिनों में यहाँ पहुंचा था और तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति प्रतिभा पाटिल जी को मिला। फिर मैं दोबारा पानी पर ही बात करने के लिए उपस्थित हूँ। कुल वर्षा की मात्रा बढ़ाने को लेकर के तमाम वैज्ञानिक तथ्य और पुष्टि को लेकर के मैं बहुत से केस स्टडी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं इतना बताना चाहूंगा जो सबके सामने है कि जहां पर हरियाली ज्यादा है, जहां की मिट्टी उपजाऊ दिखती है, वहां पे पानी भी ज्यादा गिरता है। दुनिया के जितने मरुस्थल हैं, भारत में भी जो कम वर्षा के क्षेत्र हैं, कर्नाटक के कुछ भाग हैं, महाराष्ट्र के कुछ भाग हैं, आंध्र प्रदेश के कुछ भाग हैं, लद्दाख का हमारा क्षेत्र है, राजस्थान का भाग है, पश्चिमी भाग, इस तरह से गुजरात का कुछ भाग, वहां हम देखेंगे कि वहां हरियाली की कमी है। तो बेसिकली एक तथ्य ये है कि जो बारिश पर हम जब बात करते हैं तो बारिश को जो निर्धारित करने वाले तत्व हैं, फैक्टर्स डिसाइडिंग द रेनफॉल, उसमें लेटीट्यूड और एल्टीट्यूड की बात आती है, डिस्टेंस फ्रॉम द सी। 3 चीजें ऐसी है जिसको हम बदल नहीं सकते। लेकिन 2 बातें और भी उसमें आती हैं, जिसमें है कि ह्यूमिडिटी ऑफ द एयर एंड टेम्परेचर ऑफ विंड वेव। तो इसमें हम देखते हैं कि ह्यूमिडिटी ऑफ एयर जो है ये पौधों से तय होती है और समुद्र से तय होती है और वाटर बॉडीज से तय। तो चूंकि समुद्र से जिन भी देशों का, जिन भी स्थानों का, जिन भी राज्यों का दूरी अधिक है, वहां पर हम वाटर बॉडीज को मैनेज करके, इवेपोरेशन को बढ़ा करके और ग्रीनरी को बढ़ा करके, ट्रांसपिरेशन को बढ़ा करके हवाओं में नमी ला सकते हैं, जो आगे चल के वर्षा में सहायक हो सकती है। मैं अभी देख रहा था कि मथुरा में कुल वर्षा कितनी है। उत्तर प्रदेश के एक जिला मथुरा है। भगवान श्री कृष्ण को कभी वहां गोवर्धन उठाना पड़ा था पानी के प्रबंधन को लेकर। तो मैं जब देखा कि आज भी मथुरा में केवल 54 सेंटीमीटर पानी बरसता है, जबकि भारत का जो औसत वर्षा है 118 सेंटीमीटर है। उत्तर प्रदेश का भी जो औसत वर्षा है वो 90 सेंटीमीटर के आसपास। तो मथुरा की जो चुनौतियां हैं उसमें जो एक बिंदु मैं देख रहा था कि पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश का जो पूरा पार्ट है, हरियाली की कमी है। शेष तो जो पहाड़ है वो बारिश को प्रभावित करते हैं, एल्टीट्यूड लेटीट्यूड प्रभावित करते हैं, समुद्र से दूरी प्रभावित करती है। लेकिन जो चीजें, ये चारों बातें हैं, ये हम प्रबंधित नहीं कर सकते। 5वीं जो चीज है रिलीफ, स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द लैंड। आज जिस तरह से पहाड़ों का उत्खनन हो रहा है, आज जिस तरह से धरती बर्बाद हो रही है और जिस तरह से धरती में मिट्टी से लेकर मिनरल्स को लेकर के धरती के स्वास्थ्य पे असर आ रहा है, तो उसमें भी थोड़ा चिंता करते हुए हम कहीं ना कहीं से वर्षा की मात्रा बढ़ाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। 2 बातें इसमें मुझे और जोड़ते हुए फिर अगले विषय की ओर मैं आता हूँ। जहां तक मैं समझ पाया हूँ और हमारी पूरी टीम ने जो अध्ययन करके देखा है कि कुछ वृक्ष ऐसे हैं, जैसे जामुन का वृक्ष है, वो वर्षा को आकर्षित करता है। इसके अलावा एक अष्ट वृक्ष रोपण अभियान हम लोग चला रहे हैं, जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार भी हमारे अभियान में हाथ बटा रही है। इसमें पीपल, पाकड़, बरगद, गूलर, आम, नीम, इमली, महुआ, ये 8 पेड़ों की हम बात करते हैं, जो इकोनॉमिक रूप से भी वाइबल है, हेल्दी है, लॉन्ग लाइफ है, बड़ी कैनोपी है और बायोडाइवर्सिटी को भी प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। और इनकी जो ऑक्सीजन जनरेटिंग पावर है वो भी एस्टेब्लिश्ड है, ज्यादा है। और सबसे बड़ी चीज, बड़ी कैनोपी होने से अधिक ट्रांसपिरेशन कर पाते हैं। इस तरह से सामान्य व्यवहारिक तथ्य है जिसके माध्यम से आगे आने वाली जो चुनौतियां हैं उसमें हम बारिश को बढ़ा करके भी समस्या का समाधान कर सकते हैं। अब जो बारिश का पानी धरती पर आता है, अभी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के जो जल स्रोतों के डेटा का एक एनालिसिस किया, आरटीआई के माध्यम से जो सूचनाएं पूरे प्रदेश की इकट्ठा किया, और उसको जब पूरे क्षेत्रफल को, तालाबों और सब नदियों नालों को जोड़ा गया, तो लगभग 4% एरिया ऐसी है जो सतही जल स्रोत के रूप में है, वो खसरा खतौनी में। और आज जिस तरह से वो एरिया सिमट रही है, तो जो बारिश का पानी गिरता है उस पानी को हम रोक नहीं पाते। और आज सच्चाई ये है कि भारत में लगभग 4000 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर पानी गिरता है और 4000 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर में से हम लगभग 300 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर पानी को ही स्टोर करने की हमारे पास प्राकृतिक रूप से क्षमता विद्यमान है। और वो आज जो परिस्थितियां हैं, जिस तरह से नदियां सिमट रही हैं, तालाब सिमट रहे हैं, तो इन परिस्थितियों में कहीं ना कहीं से जो ऊपर का पानी गिर रहा है, अगर उसको हम रोक लें, उसको संरक्षित कर लें, उसका 10% हिस्सा भी कर लें, तो आज जो अर्बन वाटर मैनेजमेंट की चैलेंजेस है वो कहीं टिकने वाले नहीं है। मैं दिल्ली के आंकड़े को देख रहा था कि जो एनसीआर का क्षेत्रफल है और जो दिल्ली, पुराना दिल्ली है, उसके क्षेत्रफल को देख रहा था, तो मैंने कैलकुलेट किया कि अगर 50 सेंटीमीटर जो वर्षा होती है, अगर इसको हम वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के माध्यम से स्टोर कर ले जाएं, तो आज जो दिल्ली की कुल आबादी है, आगे आने वाले 10 टाइम्स आबादी भर की बारिश यहाँ हो रही है और प्रिजर्व हो सकती है। लेकिन हमारे पास वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग की कैपेसिटी नहीं है। पॉलिसीज भी हमारी कई हैं जो जमीन पर अभी उतारने की दृष्टि से काम करना है। ये विषय है, इस पे आपका ध्यानाकर्षण निवेदित है। अभी दूसरे विषय पर मैं थोड़ा बोलना चाहूंगा कि जो टेक्नोलॉजी के एप्लीकेशन से, यूज ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी है, हाउ वी कैन मैनेज स्मार्टली द अर्बन वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम। अर्बन वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम में मैं एक केस स्टडी मेरे पास है। मैं चूंकि राष्ट्रीय केमिकल एंड फर्टिलाइजर लिमिटेड मुंबई का इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर होने के नाते वहाँ के एक केस स्टडी के बारे में संक्षिप्त रखना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि हम सभी जानते हैं कि जो पानी का कुल इस्तेमाल है उसमें लगभग 70% कृषि में होता है, और दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सेगमेंट जो पानी में खर्च कर रहा है वो पावर सेक्टर है और इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर है। जिस अर्बन वाटर सप्लाई के लिए हम लोग यहाँ डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, वहाँ कुल पानी केवल 4% खर्च होता है। तो 4% पानी जहाँ खर्च हो रहा है उस पर चर्चा ज्यादा हो रही है, लेकिन 96% पानी और जो 96% पानी जहाँ हो रहा है उस पर बात कम होती है। मैं बात अभी पावर सेक्टर में केवल देखेंगे तो लगभग, अगर यूएसए का आंकड़ा ले लें, भारत में थोड़ा कम है, यूएसए में 32% पानी पावर सेक्टर में, थर्मल पावर प्रोडक्शन में जा रहा है, जबकि वहां पे एग्रीकल्चर सेकंड नंबर पे है। हमारे यहाँ एग्रीकल्चर अराउंड 70% है और पावर सेक्टर हमारे यहाँ वो भी करीब 6% है। मैं एक इंडस्ट्री की बात कर रहा हूँ, राष्ट्रीय केमिकल एंड फर्टिलाइजर लिमिटेड। उन्होंने मुंबई म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन से 45 मिलियन लीटर पर डे के हिसाब से सीवेज वाटर लिया और वो मैं प्रोजेक्ट देख कर आया, बहुत सक्सेसफुल है। 45 मिलियन लीटर सीवेज वाटर लिया और उसको ट्रीट करके 33 मिलियन लीटर पर डे का सीवेज वाटर हम तैयार कर लेते हैं। दैट इज ड्रिंकेबल इन ऑल क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स। और उस 45 मिलियन सीवेज वाटर से 33 मिलियन लीटर सीवेज वाटर बना करके उसमें से लगभग 6 मिलियन लीटर सीवेज वाटर हम बीपीसीएल को दे रहे हैं। इसके अलावा मुंबई की लगभग 2.75 लाख की आबादी को पूरा पीने का पानी दे रहे हैं। और ये पानी लगभग 5 रुपए प्रति क्यूबिक मीटर की दर से हम मुंबई म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन से लेते हैं। और ये पानी जो शुद्ध पीने योग्य पानी बनाने में हमारी कुल लागत जो आ रही है 89 रुपीज पर क्यूबिक मीटर आ रही है, जो लगभग 9 पैसा प्रति लीटर है। मैं इस एक सक्सेसफुल केस स्टडी के माध्यम से ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि अगर 45 मिलियन सीवेज वाटर से 33 मिलियन लीटर पर डे का सीवेज वाटर ट्रीट करके बनाया जा सकता है, जो लगभग 66% है रॉ वाटर का। इस तरह से जो हमारे राज्यों में पेयजल की समस्या है, शहरों में पेयजल की समस्या है, तो 66% सोल्यूशन तो हम केवल सीवेज वाटर को ट्रीट करके दे सकते हैं। और एक एग्जिस्टिंग एग्जाम्पल है जिसको रिप्लिकेट करना बहुत सरल है। इसके अलावा टेक्नोलॉजी का एक उदाहरण मैं देना चाहती हूँ। सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट का भी जो काम है भारत में 80 के दशक में आया और अब धीरे धीरे उसके अच्छे परिणाम दिख रहे हैं जगह जगह। आगे आने वाले समय में तकनीकी के इस्तेमाल से हम रिसाइकलिंग और रीयूज ऑफ वाटर करके एक बड़ी समस्या का समाधान कर सकते हैं। आज जो टेक्नोलॉजी के और भी यूजेज पर हम कुछ कहना चाहेंगे कि जिस तरह से विश्व के तमाम देश तकनीकी के उपयोग से प्रभावी और सुलभ जल गुणवत्ता को सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ ही साथ जन जन को अपने नगरीय क्षेत्रों में पानी उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। क्योंकि अमेरिका के कई एक शहर है जहां गांव और शहरों के बीच में भी 19वीं और 20वीं शताब्दी में जल युद्ध हो चुके। और जल युद्ध में ये होता था कि शहर बढ़ते गए, शहर के जलस्रोत सिमटते गए और ऐसे ऐसे युद्ध की कहानियां हैं जो 50-50 साल चले। सब गूगल पे उपलब्ध है, मैं समय नहीं खराब करूंगा। तो उन युद्धों में अंत में होता था कि गांव का पानी जो खेती के लिए था वो कम पड़ने लगा और शहर के लोगों के लिए पीने का पानी कम पड़ने लगा। शहर एक्सपेंड हो रहे थे, उनको पानी ज्यादा चाहिए था लेकिन उनके पास पानी नहीं था। गांव में पानी तो था लेकिन उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट ज्यादा थी। तो इस तरह से आगे आने वाली परिस्थितियां भी हमारी भयावह न होने पाए, इस दृष्टि से हमें 2 काम करना है कि बढ़ते हुए शहरों के आकार पे कैपिंग भी करना है। शहर में जो पेयजल की आवश्यकता है जो कि बहुत कम होती है, मात्र 135 लीटर पर डे पानी की जरूरत है और जो हम 135 लीटर में भी पानी खर्च करते हैं उसमें केवल 5 लीटर हमारा लगभग पीने में जाता है। शेष 130 लीटर पानी जो है उसको बहुत कुछ हम मितव्ययिता बरत सकते हैं। आज जो विषय है सर के माध्यम से सुधीर कृष्ण साहब के मार्गदर्शन में हम लोग आज इस विषय को प्रस्तुत करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि स्मार्ट पाइप के इस्तेमाल करके, सेंसर्स का, फ्लोटिंग सेंसर्स का इस्तेमाल करके हम वाटर सप्लाई सिस्टम को स्मार्ट कर सकते हैं, उसमें क्वालिटी वाटर को रेगुलेट कर सकते हैं और पानी के लीकेजेस को मैनेज कर सकते हैं। जो हमारे जल स्रोत है, जहां भी एक बूंद भी पानी है वहां हमें रहना चाहिए। क्योंकि मैं मानता हूं कि नारायण जो है, नारायण से ही नार शब्द बना और नार से ही नीर और पानी बना। सच तो यह है कि ब्रह्म सर्वत्र है, वो जल रूप में विद्यमान है। ब्रह्म सर्वत्र है, वो मिट्टी के रूप में विद्यमान है। छित जल पावन गगन समीरा, ये पंच तत्व सर्वत्र ब्रह्म के रूप में विद्यमान है। जो हमारे जीवन दाता है, आज वो दुखी है। अगर एक सभ्यता में जो जीवन दाता है वो अपने जीवन के लिए यदि संघर्ष कर रहा हो तो हम सभी मानव को जगने का समय आ गया है। मैं आप सभी लोगों से विनती करता हूँ कि जीवन दाता के जीवन के लिए एक लड़ाई छेड़ना है और हम सभी को, जैसे वर्ल्ड बैंक ने वर्ल्ड वाटर डे पे थीम दिया, बी द चेंज व्हाट वी वांट टू सी। तो देखिए आज दुनिया में हम जो परिवर्तन चाहते हैं वो अपने से शुरू करना है। मैं समय समाप्त हो चुका है, विषय ऐसा है कि जो मन और दिल से जुड़ा है। मैं अपने विषय को समाप्त करते हुए इतना कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमें अपने पानी का उपभोग को मितव्ययी बनाना है। और जो बारिश की पानी धरती पर आता है तो एक उत्सव है, वर्षा उत्सव मनाना चाहिए। हर किसी को अपने घर में पानी रोकने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। अंतिम बात करते हुए मैं बात समाप्त करूंगा कि अगर जो हमारा कुल भूखंड है घर का, उसमें अगर 15% एरिया को हम वाटर स्टोरेज टैंक के रूप में बना लें तो प्रति व्यक्ति की जो प्रतिदिन की वर्ष भर की पानी की जरूरत होती है वो 50,000 लीटर की होती है। उसको हम 4x4x3 मीटर के स्ट्रक्चर में पानी को इकट्ठा करके रख सकते हैं और वो पानी हमें मुफ्त में मिलता है, लेस पोल्यूटेड होता है। मुझे लगता है कि मैं अपनी वाणी को समय की कमी के कारण विराम देते हुए इतना निवेदन करता हूँ कि इस नारायण रूपी ब्रह्म पानी की रक्षा के लिए हम सभी को आगे आना होगा। अगर समस्या को पैदा करने में सभी भागीदार हैं तो समाधान में भी सबका हाथ जोड़ना चाहिए। इसी के साथ नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Chandrabhushan Pandey ji. You have made many good points. Among them, if I can recall the three most significant. One is that according to the study of Mr. Pandey, greener cities attract better precipitation of rains. And therefore, he has suggested that cities should undertake making the cities greener for attracting more rainwater. Secondly, he has given example of a major industry in Mumbai, the Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers. They are buying 45 million liter water, sewage water per day from the municipality and converting into a very viable proposition, beneficial proposition for the municipality and for the factory itself, Rashtriya Chemical and Fertilizers themselves, ultimately benefiting the environment and the society. And thirdly, he has mentioned about the use of technological, resources for better water management. Other suggestions also he has made. Wonderful presentation. Let us give a big hand to Mr. Chandrabhushan Pandey. Now, friends, we have some few minutes for the question answer session. If anybody has the slip with them to be passed on to the here, kindly raise your hand so it can be collected. And meanwhile, the slips you have given already have been shared with some of the panelists. And before they speak, we have a slip from Chandrapur Municipal Corporation. Who is from Chandrapur? Kindly raise your hand. You have given a slip saying that Chandrapur Municipal Corporation is implementing PPP project of sewage water reuse. It is very interesting proposition you have made. Can you briefly explain what you have? Can somebody pass on the, sorry, kindly introduce yourself also and then say in brief, how does it benefit the cities and whether it can be a good role model for others? Please.
It came like Nagpur Municipal Corporation. We are giving our treated water to thermal power plant. We have thermal power plant here. But it is not like that we are selling to water tank, but as the thermal power plant has their own dam there, we are picking up water from their dam for our citizens. So इसके बदले में वो हमको एक्स्ट्रा पानी दे रहे हैं पीने का, जो कि हमारा 90 mld पर डे का रिक्वायरमेंट है। तो अभी पहले हमको 45 मिलता था, अभी लगभग वो 90 mld के करीब मिलने लगा। That is PPP model. Some part Amrut scheme we have taken it. Some money has been put it from CSTBS and some other from private party. That is a PPP project.
So this is a very good example you have given where the city and our project, they are sharing, exchanging the water, wastewater and good water. That is what you are saying, is it not? Yeah. Wonderful project, very good. Now we have got three questions here given which have been shared with the panelists. I request the panelists to answer one by one.
The question is how we could make our citizens how could we, our citizens recycle water in addition? How could our citizens to use the recycle co-compost? So that's for the co-compost administrative staff College of India asking, very renowned, famous organization, not only in India, around the globe. It's a very well organization. They're working on this. They're doing a lot of research, and the most important question is the certification. So without getting certification, we can't encourage or we can ask people to use. But we hope that within 2 years, the results from the research, the treatment of the co-compost from the sweets, the fruits will come. And similarly, for the water, recycled water, we are still not encouraging people, or we are not asking people to use largely recycled water. Rather, we are encouraging to use this water for for the fields, the crops, and the individual sides or the other side. So that will take time. But beyond this, we need the engagement of our city. That's what I spoke in my presentation. That our city leaders are the guiders. They could guide us. They could help us. They could encourage the people because they are the leaders of the past of the locality. So it will take time, but we hope that it will happen in 2 years.
I hope the question has been answered to your satisfaction. I can only add that you see wastewater to bring to potable level is the ultimate usage. Before ultimate, it is very costly also and challenging. But we have a lot of usage of wastewater as examples have been given in the industry, in the cooling tower, in power stations, thermal power stations, or wherever water is required for cooling purpose. In construction activity, you don't need to purify the water to that high level. And there are standards laid down by the pollution control boards of every country, I suppose. And they have laid down the parameters for the treated water, both in terms of dissolved solid, in terms of coliform content, and all that. So that has been taken care so that water can be safely used for non-potable usage. There is enough possibility. Avenue plantation in the cities can use, or even the municipal park and green areas, they can use the treated water. They are using also. There is enough possibility of saving on fresh water by using the recycled water. Ultimately, for potable use, Singapore is doing all right. That is an example. But we don't need that much scarcity of water is not there. You can save water. The bulk water consumption is actually in the construction sector, in the industry which are around and in the cities, and also in the avenue plantation and the parks. Enough we can use it and save on fresh water, and then that can be used. A very good question, and now I hand over to Madam.
Thanks, Chair. The question is about practice preparedness communities to consider based on the waterborne diseases in climate change. The purpose was also considered the importance of so that and the community and the most important issue of and how they
Very much, Malokaji. Now I request Sanjeev Jhaji to take the next question.
Thank you, sir. I'll first read out the question from Mr. Vipin Paliwal, Commissioner, CMT. As many cities have already a good road network, now many cities are going to implement a sewage network. For this, we have to break road. So the roads have to rebuild. Is there any obstacles? In fact, it's a great question, sir, and thank you for asking. In fact, there are two solutions which exist according to me. The first solution is that I would like to quote a live example from Ayanagar colony in the southern Delhi, where approximately 250 households have been connected to decentralized small-scale sewage treatment plan, employing the established technology of biodigester toilets developed by DRDO. The interesting thing is that each of these households have been connected to a sewer network running into, I think, less than a kilometer or a kilometer and a half, which is not difficult to do. And then so once the toilet is used, flushed, the fecal matter passes through that biodigester chamber. What comes out of that chamber is, almost water that gets collected into a pond, which is constructed within that colony itself. And from there, just employing a 0.5 horsepower to be pumped, the entire water is pumped into the reed-bed. And what we end up getting is 50,000 liters of water that can be effectively used, every day to at least irrigate the ornamentals. The household there are demanding that water back. But in the absence of, very clear-cut guidelines by the entity and the government, it is not being implemented. So as of now, that water is actually being used. Another solution lies in being able to construct an SSTP in that vicinity, which would not require any sewer network, but the then scheduled desludging of the septic tank would have to be in there. So in my mind, this two solution is just which can be used, right? Friends, we have Mr. Dheeraj Sant Dasani, who is associate in urban development Niti Aayog. He has three questions, and sir, your questions are here, and I request first question to be addressed by Mr. Manish, and the second question by Mr. P.K. Srivastava, and third by Mr. Chandrabhushan Pandey. Yes. I'm passing on the same slip, making three parts. You want to ask us, you please explain also. You please explain, but let me send you the question to the panelists so that they can also read in advance. Panelists can read sustainability of modeling of partnering with NGOs for water quality, who fund the NGO on sustainable basis, and policy gap. You can explain further. Thank you everyone for the question regarding water quality was but in urban areas, who will finally regulate because water comes to our house every day, and the quality needs to be there every day. So is there a from media that we'd like to understand, is there a policy gap or gap in the middle space? So this kind of or model so if we thank you for this question. I would like to point out I mentioned initially that and when we talk about one of the words which is also mentioned is affordable. That is mentioned basically to capture the community participation. That ultimately can be initially financed by government through their flagship program, but ultimately has to be taken over by communities through various business models that can be private sector, government. So in that process, this study which I presented from the initially it is being financed by government, state government, and central government together. The operation maintenance funds are coming to finance, but this process is transitioning towards empowering communities to take it. So the initial support is just to kind of give that to establish good systems to be in place to support it, but and policy gaps, I would say Belgium is one of the programs where government has developed very good guidelines. This framework is mentioned, but I think we can definitely think about sustainability of finance commission. Is the map for that, to which the community will be able to kind of understand where all the outcomes. Now the next question will be addressed by handled by Mr. P.K. Srivastava. I am passing on the mic.
So the question is what happens to wastewater is also important. Only FSTP focus leaves out wastewater. What strategy is needed for comprehensive planning best practice?
Also the that's why
In SBM 2.0, if I talked about the Uttar Pradesh, which we are preparing city sanitation plan at city level. As per the guideline of SBM 2.0, we are taking the project of the not only for the standalone STP, it is a co-treatment plant. All the drains which are going to the STP, that includes the black water and grey water as such, as your question is. So in Amrit, it was only a FSTP orientated wastewater management. But in SBM 2.0, it is a whole management, including the grey water and black water. Already in 700 cities, we have completed our city sanitation plan, where we have taken the entire sanitation system, including all the grey water and wastewater. And definitely there would be some issue of the land when we will implement this project. This time it is only in the planning stage. When we will implement, because you know, for the STP we need larger land. It is very difficult. The procurement is very difficult in the urban area. You know, the land is very costly, so it will be a challenge. And simultaneously, the capex and opex will also be a challenge. But we see, because it is the guideline of Government of India and SBM 2.2, the cities having population less than 1 lakh, they have to go for the quota. Thank you. Yes, payment guarantee aspect. Out of 26,000, half of it.
Good question, but then a very simple answer. See, if the entire nation is actually, you know, looking up to the private, because the IC's mandate is to be able to ensure that, you know, the private sector participation and investment in the sector increases, right? So private sector would be able to invest both in terms of, you know, the techno managerial support, plus, you know, even the financial investment, only if the return is guaranteed. That goes without saying, right? So when PP is actually, you know, coming out with this recommendation, it is not all across. Like, for instance, I think I was in the news hardly about maybe 10-15 days ago, that some of the existing sewage treatment plan under the Delhi Jal Board are being revamped. They are being revamped in order to be able to, you know, apply the right kind of technology, and the treated sewage would then be used to revamp the lakes around. When the lakes would be revamped the treated sewage, then it will lead to the improvement in the water table. Then the groundwater can be extracted, and the Delhi's water supply can be revamped. So if a scenario is like this, and if the Delhi Jal Board feels that the private sector can come and at least pick up the operation and maintenance cost, because then it will be an effective regime of, you know, operation and maintenance with user charges being employed. So somebody has to guarantee that, because if the private sector is actually guaranteed that payment to them would be fine, and if only Government of India can provide a certain guarantee, then probably, you know, it's a win-win.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Jha, for very lucidly, but at the same time in brief, addressing the question. Sir, we are now running short of time, so I have got one question to Representative Pandey. Yeah, even at the point which he got time, but quick comment from him, followed by comment from Mr. V. Suresh. Most many people, not all, most people will know him. He's a senior person. Sir, आपसे हमारा question to you is that you mentioned about the technology. Somehow for short of one day time, you cannot. But sensors are, you have given a very important hint. Now in multi-story apartments, the water inlet is from various vertical, like in every room there is separate connection. So there is no metering of water in a apartment is very common. But sensors offer some hope, possibly. Whether using the sensor, we can compute the water consumed in an apartment, which is supplied to different toilets from different points. And there's no meter possible in every meter. You have to take 6 or 8 meters you have to install in an apartment to take a reading. Whereas digital sensor inserted in the pipe, if they can be digitally connected, whether is it possible? Do you think it will work?
सवाल है सर और हमारे देश के सामने देखा जाए प्राकृतिक सवाल है और यूरोप के कई देशों में क्योंकि आउटलेट पानी कितना निकल और उसमें तो वैसे भी डिजाइन आ जाएंगे वहाँ पे मैकेनिकल डिवाइसेस सप्लाई के लिए पानी को मेजर कर जरूरत ये है कि आज भारत जैसे देश के जहाँ पे संसाधनों की कमी और उसके हम इस तरह टेक्नोलॉजी का कितना इन्वेस्ट करते हैं क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली एक और और वाइबल बनाने के लिए जरूरी है जिस तरह से घरों को बनाने की लागत बढ़ रही है जिस तरह से ये सब नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज पे खर्च करने की बात आती है तो लोग अमूमन तैयार नहीं होते मैं मानता हूँ कि इसमें R&D का रोल होगा और सरकार के हस्तक्षेप से सस्ती और व्यवहारिक तकनीकी जन सुलभ कराई जा सकती है जिससे कि प्रत्येक पॉइंट पर जो पानी खर्च कैन बी मेजर्ड। और मेरा एक सुझाव है सर जो आपके सवाल से जुड़ा ही है कि जो अपार्टमेंट कल्चर है वहाँ पे जो इनलेट है पानी एक तो इनलेट पर है मेजर करें दूसरा हर जो इनलेट हर फ्लैट इनलेट जो पॉइंट होता है उसको मेजर करते हैं दो बड़े जो कंट्रोल सिस्टम होते हैं तीसरा जो आपका सजेशन है कि ईच एंड एवरी पॉइंट पे जो पानी कंज्यूम हो रहा है वो मेजर होने से आगे हम पानी को कैसे इकोनॉमिकली यूज कर सकते हैं इसके लिए हम अपना एक घर का प्लान बना मुझे लगता है टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध है सर अब वो टेक्नोलॉजी का जो व्यवहारीकरण है और उसके पीछे जो पैसे का इन्वॉल्वमेंट और उसमें जन भागीदारी कैसे होगी लोगों का मन कैसे बनेगा मुझे इस टेक्नोलॉजी पर इन्वेस्ट करना है क्योंकि मैं यहाँ विनती करना चाहूंगा इस विषय को कि पानी एक दुर्लभ संसाधन है लेकिन उसकी सुलभता इतनी सहज है जैसे हम उत्तर प्रदेश के हैं जब वहाँ हम लोग ड्रिप इरिगेशन की बात करते हैं तो किसान सुनने को नहीं तैयार वो कहते हैं इतना जमीन के नीचे पानी भरा पड़ा है नदियों में बह रहा है तालाब में अभी क्या है जो दुर्लभ संसाधन है इसको लेकर के भविष्य में तो समस्याएं आने वाली उसके लिए जब हम लोगों को अवेयर कर पाएंगे और बड़ी बात जो है जो हमारा कल अंधकार में है कल आने वाली जो हमारी चुनौतियां हैं चैलेंजेस अगर उसके बारे में हम लोग संबंध बना पाएंगे तो ऐसी तकनीकियों का व्यवहारीकरण कर पाएंगे तो मुझे लगता है ये आवश्यकता है और करना ही पड़ेगा अगर जल्दी शुरू करेंगे तो हमारा भविष्य उज्जवल है।
Thank you, Pandey ji. Thank you very much. Big hand to Dr. Pandey ji for his advice. Now, friends, I request Shri V. Suresh to say his views on the issue of water and sustainable water and sanitation.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful way of conducting this session and the brilliant input which has come from each of the panelists. I think you asked a specific question and answers did come on use of the grey water and black water, which we call as the wastewater. I thought one significant area where we can make a bigger impact, we already started practicing is complete use of flushing water. The 135 liters per head per day is what is given as required in the National Drinking Code and the CPHC standard. Roughly about 60 liters, 4 times 5 times people use the toilet per head, in which case of the order of 12 into 5 feet. So around roughly 45% of the water, which is all drinking water potable quality, which you're using for flushing the toilet. So one big question that can come is recycled water up to a certain level of quality can be utilized for that. In this case, 45% of the fresh water demand
up to those stages. It's already started implementing in all projects with the green buildings. It's made it compulsory that there is a sewage treatment plant is there, part of that. And we have another pipeline coming on, fresh water coming for drinking there, and the other pipeline for the recycled water. Recycled water is the connection for all the flush toilets over there. And the amount of saving is phenomenal. And I think this is a very major one. Of course, Chandrapur has told for the electricity board and Travis solved in terms of other chemicals are used on landscaping, you are told over there, and also cooling air conditioning water. So flushing of toilets should be made compulsory as part of the pilot. I thought flushing is made as a part of the drinking dialogue. No drinking, that is your load for the water will not be 135 liters per head per day. You will be able to get only 75 liters per head per day as to be the norm that should be there as part of that. CPS is also trying to inject in the emission supplement. I just thought this is important. Thank you, Suresh, for this important intervention. There are challenges in using the wastewater inside the house because there are challenges. Correct. Yes. So with that, I think we'll be any other significant question, but you want something. Otherwise, I think one question is where lunch is being served. I think that's the question. Yeah. That's how the answer has come. Answer has come from very authentic source. So friends, with that we conclude. On my behalf, I thank all the participants, all the you all here for having patiently and very meaningfully participated. I thank panelists for their very wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Hand over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you to all our speakers. I hope and believe the session was insightful and informative. Yes? Can we hear a loud yes? Perfect. All right, let's have the felicitation. And now I would like to request our DDG, Mr. Ravi Ranjan, to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Sudhir Krishna. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं. Mr. Vinod Paliwal to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Manish Vasuja. Mr. Anuj Asthana to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Shamim Ehsan Chaudhary. Ms. Yukti Bansal to please come forward and felicitate Ms. Lirato Francina Maloka. Ms. Meenu Manku to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Sanjeev Jha. Mr. Anuj Asthana to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Manish. Meenu Manku. Thank you. Mr. Chef Farooqi to please come forward and felicitate Mr. P.K. Srivastav. And Mr. Ashutosh Pandey, please come forward and felicitate Mr. Chandrabhushan Pandey. With this, I'll request all our speakers and the moderators to please come forward for the group picture. And right after the group picture, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have the lunch break. I can sense and I can feel now people would like to have lunch as they are hungry. So we will be gathering back in the ballroom right in 25 minutes. We'll see you post lunch. We are going to have our next session post lunch. Thank you. Like to join and ladies and gentlemen, you can proceed for the lunch. We'll see you in 25 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request your attention as I call upon our speaker, Shri Praveen Chaudhary, IAS, U20 City Sherpa and Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं. Shri Praveen Chaudhary is a 2014 batch Indian Administrative Service IAS officer of Gujarat cadre who currently serves as the Deputy Municipal Commissioner of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. Ahmedabad is India's first heritage city, we all know. Shri Chaudhary has held several important positions throughout his career. A district development officer of Junagadh district. He worked in different sectors of rural development of more than 3 years. As CEO of Smart City Ahmedabad, he has been implementing technology-based projects in the city. As the Urban 20 City Sherpa, Shri Chaudhary is responsible for representing India's interest in the Urban U20 group of cities from around the world that come together to discuss and address global urbanization challenges. एक बार फिर से तालियां हो जाएं, Shri Praveen Chaudhary.